Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
If your kid ever starts sleepwalking to the same exact spot in your house every night, do not ignore it. That is the one thing I wish someone had told me before all of this started. I am not the type of person who scares easily. I work night shifts at a hospital off I-71 in Ohio. I have watched people take their last breath under fluorescent lights while a heart monitor flatlines 3 inches from my face. I walk through empty corridors at 3 a.m. with the vending machines humming and the intercom crackling for codes on other floors. I come home when most people are just hitting their deepest sleep. So when my son started showing up in the hallway outside my bedroom in the middle of the night, eyes open but not really seeing me, I treated it like another weird kid phase. Sleepwalking, stress, growth spurts, the kind of thing a busy mom shrugs off. At first it was almost funny. I would find him standing there in his pajamas, toes curled against the wood floor, swaying just a little. I would take his hand, steer him back to bed, and in the morning, he would have no idea what I was talking about. I blamed it on my schedule, on my overactive imagination after 12 hours of beeps and alarms. Every house makes noises, right? Every kid does weird stuff when they are overtired. But then I noticed it was always the same. The same night, the same time, the same exact spot at the end of our narrow upstairs hallway, where there is no door, no window, nothing but a flat beige wall and a cheap light fixture humming above it. I told myself it was a coincidence until the camera footage proved it was not. Until the contractor showed me what used to be behind that wall. Until the knocks started coming from the inside, like someone was still climbing a staircase that, according to every floor plan on file with the city, does not exist anymore. I ignored it when it was just my son standing there. Now, sometimes, I wake up and realize I am the one at the end of that hallway, my forehead almost touching the new paint, the whole house holding its breath around me. And when I look at the clock, it is always the same glowing blue numbers on my nightstand, every single time. 2:40 a.m., 1.1, cheap house, expensive silence. I did not buy this house because I loved it. I bought it because I could afford it. On paper, it made sense. I am a respiratory therapist at a hospital off I-71 in Columbus. The kind of place that always has a shortage of night staff and a surplus of patients who cannot breathe on their own. After the divorce, I stopped thinking in terms of dream home and started thinking in terms of 30-year mortgage I can actually survive. My ex took the newer car and the better credit. I took our son and the overnight shifts. The townhouse sat just off Morse Road, squeezed into a tired little strip of 2-story units that all looked vaguely the same from the street. If you pull up the satellite view, it is that blur of roofs you barely notice as you zoom past the freeway. The listing photos made it look brighter than it was. Realtors are good at that. Great starter home, our agent said, smiling too widely as she parked in the narrow driveway. Close to Riverside, good school district, tons of potential. I remember standing there with my travel mug of hospital coffee still in scrubs, looking up at the faded vinyl siding. Traffic from Morse was a constant low roar behind me, and every few seconds I could hear the deeper growl of a semi on I-71, like someone clearing their throat miles away. On the corner, the gas station's LED sign flashed its prices in harsh red digits. Across the street, A Kroger sat under a row of buzzing parking lot lights, the kind that make everything look a little flat and washed out. It was not picturesque, but it was practical. Quick groceries, cheap gas, 10-minute drive to work if the lights were with me. I told myself that was enough. Inside, the house felt smaller than in the photos. The front door opened straight into a narrow living room, carpet a little too worn, walls painted a safe builder beige. The agent talked over the creaks as we walked, pointing out original features, like the thin wood trim and the staircase tucked against the left wall. The first sound I really noticed was the fridge. It sat at the far end of a compact galley kitchen, humming with a kind of uneven shiver, like it was trying a little too hard. Every few seconds there was a faint rattle, as if a bottle inside was vibrating against the door. When the furnace kicked on in the basement, it did it with a soft, hollow boom that you felt more in your chest than in your ears. The pipes complained when the agent flushed the toilet upstairs, a long metallic groan that ran behind the walls. "Old bones," she chirped, "but solid. You'll get used to the sounds." The basement was exactly what you would expect in a 1950s place no one had bothered to finish. Concrete floor, a single pull-chain bulb, the sharp smell of damp cardboard and old detergent. The furnace loomed in the corner like a rusted animal, and the dehumidifier gave a half-hearted whine when she nudged it with her foot. "Laundry down here," she said. "Nice and cool in the summer." I tried to picture myself carrying baskets up and down those steps at 2 a.m. after a 12-hour shift. It was not a comforting thought, but it was not a deal breaker either. I had seen worse. I have had patients die in rooms cleaner than my old apartment. Upstairs was where I felt it for the first time, that little off note I could not name. The staircase creaked under our weight, the kind of high-pitched complaint old wood makes when it has been painted too many times. At the top, a short hallway ran right out of the stairwell, maybe 10 steps long, 3 doors. My room on the left, my son's room on the right, the bathroom straight ahead. And at the end of it, where my eyes expected another door or a window, there was just wall. Flat, unremarkable, painted the same beige as everywhere else. A cheap wall sconce was mounted slightly too high, its frosted glass shade tilted a little to one side. Above it, screwed into the ceiling, a round white smoke detector blinked a tiny red light at us every few seconds. Mason ran past me into what would be his room, chattering about where his bed could go, whether he could have glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. His voice bounced down the hall and died against that blank wall at the end. The agent kept talking. Closet space, updated windows, tons of natural light. But I found myself staring at that spot. The air in the hallway smelled different from downstairs. Not bad, just older. There was a dry, powdery scent, like the inside of a cardboard box that had been taped shut for years. Under it was something else, faint and chalky. What I imagine old plaster would smell like if you could bottle it. When the sconce flicked on, it made a tiny popping sound before the bulb settled into a dim yellow glow. The light fell short of the end of the hall by a few inches, leaving a soft shadow at the base of the wall. It was such a small thing, but for a second it made the hall look longer than it was, as if that shadow was the beginning of another step that had been erased. "You'll be right across from him," the agent said, pulling my attention back. "Very safe layout for a single mom. You can hear everything." That was supposed to be a selling point. That first night, after the papers were signed and the boxes were stacked everywhere and the pizza box lay open on the kitchen counter, I finally lay down in my new bedroom and listened to everything. The fridge in the kitchen hummed and stuttered, cycling on and off with a tired sigh. The furnace in the basement boomed, then settled into a low, even rush of air through the vents. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed. A burst of laughter drifted up from the parking lot in front of Kroger. A siren wailed far off and faded. When all of that quieted down, there was still the house itself. The tick of the thermostat on the wall, the occasional crack from somewhere inside the drywall as it adjusted to the cooling night. The tiny, almost imagined hiss from around the bedroom window frame where the December air tested the seal. I lay there in the dark, my son breathing softly in the room across the hall, and tried to memorize every sound. In the hospital, I could tell what was wrong with a patient just by the way their breathing changed, the way a monitor alarm sounded a little different than usual. At home, with no machines, the house had become the patient. Every creak, every hum, every silence another vital sign. Sometime after midnight, I got up to use the bathroom. I did not bother with the overhead light. I knew roughly where everything was by then. The hallway sconce cast a narrow cone of yellow, leaving the top of the stairs in shadow and the very end of the hall in deeper shade. Standing at my bedroom door, I could see all 3 doors and that blank wall at the far end. Mason's door was half open, the strip of darkness inside his room broken by the faint glow of his nightlight. The bathroom door was all the way open, the tile colder under my bare feet than the carpet behind me. The air smelled faintly of toothpaste and the cardboard boxes stacked against the wall, waiting to be unpacked. For a moment, I just stood there and looked. The hallway wasn't long. I knew that. I could have walked it in 5-6 strides at most, but the way the light fell short, the way the shadows pooled around that last square of wall under the sconce, made it feel stretched, like there was more space between me and the end than there should have been. I had this sudden, stupid thought that if I walked all the way down there and pressed my hand against the paint, it might feel colder than the rest of the house, thinner somehow. Instead, I used the bathroom, flushed, listened to the pipes complain in the walls, and went back to bed. I told myself I was just tired. That night shift brain was making me dramatic. Still, as I lay there watching the orange glow of the Kroger sign bleed faintly through the blinds, I could not shake one small, ridiculous impression. From the top of the stairs, in the half-light, the end of that hallway looked deeper than it really was. Like the darkness, there was not flat against the wall, but reaching out just slightly, swallowing an inch or 2 of space I could not account for. 1, 2, night shift, brain, and a too quiet hallway. My life fell into a rhythm that only makes sense if you have ever worked nights. On paper, my shift at the hospital is 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. In reality, it starts around 5:30, when I microwave something that technically counts as dinner, shove it down while Mason watches cartoons, and make sure his backpack is by the door. By 6, my scrubs are on, my hair is pulled back, and I am already mentally stepping into fluorescent light. The hospital is its own kind of living thing at night. It never really sleeps, it just changes mood. By the time I clock in, the lobby is half dark, just the security guard and the cleaning staff buzzing around, dragging yellow caution signs and carts that smell like bleach. Upstairs, the halls are still busy at shift change. Nurses give report in low voices. Monitors beep out jagged lullabies. IV pumps chirp for attention. There is always someone coughing, always someone breathing too fast, always a family member trying not to cry in a chair that was not built for comfort. At 2 in the morning, the break room coffee tastes like burnt cardboard. There is a vending machine that rattles every time it drops a soda, and the microwave door shrieks more than it opens. Someone always leaves the TV on some true crime channel with the sound muted, so you sit there on 15 minutes of rest, watching people reenact murders with subtitles while listening to the intercom crackle overhead. Code Blue, ICU, Code Blue, ICU. Rapid response, room 4111. The elevator ding at 3 a.m. is weirdly loud. In an empty hallway, that bright little chime can make you jump, especially if you are alone pushing a respiratory cart and your brain is starting to float from too much caffeine and not enough sleep. The smell of sanitizer clings to your hands even after you wash them. You start to recognize brands of hand soap by texture alone. By the time I clock out at 7:05 a.m., my ears are tired. I walk through the lobby past that same security guard, past the big automatic doors that hiss like they are relieved to get rid of me, and step into Ohio dawn. The drive home on I-71 is always the same, and somehow never the same. In winter, the sky is the color of a bruise, just starting to lighten at the edges. In summer, it is already too bright. The sun low and stabbing at the windshield at the worst angle. Dew beads up along the edge of the glass, blurring the red taillights ahead into smears when I first start the car. The radio is usually low, some talk show murmuring in the background, or a late-night playlist that has rolled over into early morning. Trucks roar past, their trailers throwing off gusts of wind that rock my little car just enough to remind me I am awake. I am driving. I have to keep paying attention. Exit signs come and go. Morse Road, Hudson, the familiar green rectangles that mark out my life in 10-mile increments. The world feels big and loud and indifferent out there, and in a strange way that is comforting. Sick people, dying people, bills, custody schedules, they all shrink for the length of that drive into something the freeway can swallow. And then I turn off, and everything narrows down to my house. Pulling into the driveway around 7:30 a.m., the first thing that hits me is the change in noise. The highway becomes a distant hiss again. My tires crunch softly on the cracked concrete. The townhouse sits in a thin line of similar boxes, their blinds mostly drawn, their porches empty. In the winter, you can see your breath when you step out of the car. In the summer, the air already feels used. Inside, the sounds are domestic, small, ordinary. The door clicks behind me, and the latch has a particular metal clink I can pick out from the others on the street. The air smells faintly of laundry detergent and whatever cereal Mason ate for breakfast. On good days, my ex is at the kitchen table with him, both of them bent over bowls, the clink of spoons against ceramic, the murmur of some argument about homework or which sweatshirt Mason wants to wear. On bad days, it is just Mason half-dressed in front of the TV, shoes missing, backpack open, cereal bowl on the coffee table bleeding milk onto a ring of old cartoons. But even then, the noise is human. The refrigerator hums, the furnace breathes, the TV mutters, the bathroom fan drones. It is only when the house is quiet that I notice the hallway. Daylight is less forgiving than the soft yellow glow of the hallway sconce. With the blinds up and the sun leaking in from the bedroom windows, the end of the hall looks less dramatic and more flawed. The beige paint at the far end is not as smooth as it pretends to be. There are places where the roller left a faint texture, little half moons of thicker color. Right at eye level, off-center, there is a patch that looks like someone repaired a hole and did not bother to sand it properly. The plaster there has a subtle bulge to it, like a bruise under a sleeve. One morning, curiosity and sleep deprivation ganged up on me. On my way to strip my work clothes off and collapse into bed, I reached out and laid my palm against that bulge in the wall. The paint was cool under my hand. Not freezing, not damp, just a little cooler than the air, like a countertop that never quite warms up. When I tapped my knuckles there, the sound had a slightly different pitch than it did a few inches to either side. A little more hollow, a little less solid. Old house, I told myself. They probably ran new wiring through there or something. I had enough actual problems. I did not need to add imaginary weird wall to the list. It was on my first night off, after a long run of shifts, that the house really started to claim my attention. There is a specific kind of tired that comes from stacking 3 or 4 night shifts in a row. Your body forgets what day it is. Your stomach does not care if something is breakfast food or dinner food. Your brain feels like it is half a second behind your eyes. I remember that Friday because I did not have to set an alarm for the next day, and that alone felt like luxury. We had a simple dinner. Mason fell asleep on the couch halfway through a movie, his open hand still curled around the TV remote. I carried him upstairs, laid him in his bed, smoothed his hair back. He mumbled something about a math test and rolled over, already gone again. Downstairs, I did not even make it to my actual bed. I stretched out on the living room sofa with a blanket over my legs. The TV volume turned low enough that the words blurred into a comforting mumble. The fridge was just a few feet away in the kitchen, its vibration more noticeable from that angle. A steady insect buzz behind the show. That was when I started to notice the pattern. The furnace kicked on with its usual hollow boom from the basement. Warm air sighed up through the vents, carrying that faint metallic tang of heated dust. The fridge hummed louder, as if trying to compete. For a while, the house was a chorus of overlapping noises. The refrigerator, the furnace, the faint whoosh of a car on the main road, the faint rumble of a truck on the interstate. Then, suddenly, something in that choir would step down. The furnace would click off. The fridge would hit the end of its cycle and wind down. For 1 or 2 seconds, everything inside the house went still. Not quiet like no one is talking. Quiet like someone has clapped their hands over your ears. A clean, sharp slice of silence. In that slice, you could hear the world outside push in. Distant, the freeway breathed. Tires hissed over pavement. Somewhere a dog barked, the sound faint but weirdly clear. A train horn blew far away, the low note stretching out like a question. Then the next cycle would begin. The fridge would shudder back to life. The furnace would whoomph on. The house would fill with its inside sounds again, and the outside would fade. After the 3rd or 4th time this happened, I found myself lying there, staring at the shadowed doorway to the hallway, waiting for it. Listening for the exact moment when the fridge, the fan, the heater would all line up, exhale, and stop together, leaving that empty pocket where you could hear your own breathing loud in your head. It felt very distinctly like the house was holding its breath. I told myself that was just how old systems cycled, that my brain was wired to notice patterns after years of listening to monitors, but the thought stuck. Every time the furnace cut out and the fridge fell silent, it was as if the house had decided, just for a second, to listen instead of speak. It was one of those nights, a week or so later, when I woke up because the silence was wrong. I had gone to bed in my actual room this time, door half open to catch the glow from the bathroom nightlight. Sometime around 2 a.m, my eyes snapped open with that panicked feeling that you have missed something important. It took me a few seconds to realize why. The house was quiet, completely. No fridge hum, no furnace breath, no murmur from the TV downstairs. Even the usual faint rush of highway noise felt muted, as if someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the whole block. I held my breath without meaning to, straining to hear anything, any sign that the world was still moving. For a few long heartbeats, there was nothing. Then, from directly above where I lay, or maybe from just down the hall, it was hard to tell, I heard it. A single soft creak of a floorboard, right where the hallway ended in that imperfect wall. 1.3, the first time I saw him there. The creak was soft, but in that kind of silence, it sounded like a gunshot. My heart jumped hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I turned my head toward the bedroom door, listening, every muscle suddenly awake. For a few seconds, nothing followed. No second step, no shift of weight, just that one lonely complaint from the wood, hanging there. I rolled onto my side and squinted at the alarm clock on my nightstand. 2:41 a.m., the blue numbers glowed too bright in the dark. The house was still wrong. I could not hear the fridge. I could not hear the furnace. Even the vague highway noise that usually seeped through the insulation was gone, or so far away it might as well have been. All I could hear was my own breathing in my ears and the soft rush of my pulse. I told myself it was probably the house settling. Old boards, temperature shift, physics. I lay there counting my inhale and exhale like I do with anxious patience, trying to talk myself out of the prickling on the back of my neck. Then the floor creaked again. Same place, same pitch. A little closer to a groan this time, as if something or someone was putting weight on the exact same spot. I threw the covers back before I could argue with myself. The air hit my legs first, that thin winter chill that lives just above old carpet, cool enough to make you wince when your bare feet touch down. I eased my feet onto the floor and sat up slowly, listening. The sheets whispered behind me. Somewhere in the house, a pipe ticked as it cooled. Nothing else. The bathroom nightlight threw a soft wedge of blue-white into the hallway, just bright enough to sketch the door frames and part of the opposite wall. The rest was a gradient of darkness, deeper toward the top of the stairs. Deepest of all at the far end, where the hall dead-ended into that beige wall. From my spot on the edge of the bed, the hall looked empty. I stood, feeling the slight squish of the carpet under my toes, and stepped toward the door. The wooden frame was cool under my fingers as I wrapped my hand around it, using it as a brace for that first look out. It felt like the opening shot of a bad horror movie, and I hated that my own house could make me think that. From my bedroom doorway, the whole hallway was in front of me. Bathroom to the right, Mason's room door slightly ajar on the left, and at the very end, in the dimmest part of the light, a shape. For a second, my brain refused to understand it. It had the outline of a child, but my first instinct was that I was seeing a trick of the shadow, some distortion where the nightlight didn't reach. Then my eyes adjusted that last fraction, and it clicked into place. There was a small figure standing at the end of the hallway, flush with the wall. Mason. He was facing away from me, toward the flat beige, his bare feet side by side on the old boards. His pajamas were the dark blue ones with little rockets on them, wrinkled around his calves. His hair was sticking up in the back in that wild, sleep-tossed way it gets when he kicks his blankets off. His head was tipped slightly to the left, like he was listening through the wall to something on the other side. For a heartbeat or two, I just stared. My body knew it was my son, but there was something in the posture that did not match anything I had seen him do awake. Kids fidget. They shift, scratch, adjust their weight. They curl in on themselves or sprawl. Mason was not fidgeting. He was leaning, His spine had a subtle forward curve, as if something inside the wall were pulling him toward it by the forehead. His shoulders drooped, and his arms hung at his sides, fingers just brushing his pajama pants. The angle was wrong, balanced on that fine edge between standing and falling. "Mason?" I whispered. My voice sounded loud in my own head, too loud for the hallway, but it barely seemed to touch him. He did not flinch. He did not turn. He did not do anything except stay there, slightly bowed, as if there were a magnet set behind the drywall tugging at his skull. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Mason," I said again, a little louder. Still nothing. That was when I noticed the sound. Very faint, almost too soft to pick out from the silence, came the tiniest creak of wood again and again. It was not the long shift you hear when a house settles. It was a short, regular complaint, like the board under him was being asked to flex just a little more, over and over. I realized it was the sound of his weight rocking forward onto the balls of his feet. He was pushing himself up, just slightly, just enough that his heels were barely touching the floor, his toes gripping the wood, his whole body straining in that imperceptible way toward the wall. My heart started hammering for real then. I stepped into the hallway, one foot, then the other, feeling every rough fiber of the carpet runner through my skin. The bathroom nightlight threw my shadow long and thin along the opposite wall. As I got closer, I could hear his breathing, shallow, steady, too steady. Not the heavy mouth-open snore of deep sleep, not the snuffly shift of a kid about to wake up. Just a soft, even flow of air in and out. The nearer I came, the more wrong the scene looked. Mason was not actually touching the drywall with his chest. There was an inch or two of air between his shirt and the paint. His hands were up now at chest height, palms flat against the wall. His fingers were splayed, pressing into the surface as if feeling for a seam or a handle. His forehead, though, that was pressed right up against the patch of paint I had tapped earlier that week. Every few seconds, his head moved in a tiny, circular motion, rubbing his skin against the wall, like someone trying to push through a door that will not open. It was such a slow movement that if you blinked, you might have missed it and thought he was completely still. Mason. I was close enough now that I did not really need to speak. I could have just reached for him. My voice came out thin anyway. "Honey, what are you doing?" No answer. I stood right behind him, so close I could have stepped forward and folded him into me. Up close, I could see the goosebumps raised on his bare arms. His fingers were pale at the tips where he pressed, knuckles slightly bent. The nightlight from the bathroom brushed over the curve of his cheek and lit the edge of his ear. His eyes, reflected in the faint sheen of the paint, were open. They looked wrong, reflected like that, flattened and distorted, but they were open. That somehow made it worse. I reached out and put my hand on his shoulder. The reaction was instant and violent. He jerked under my fingers like I had just run a live wire through him. His whole body snapped backward, heels slamming down, head flying up away from the wall. For one dizzying second, I thought he was going to fall, and I grabbed him tighter to keep him from pitching forward or back. He twisted around to face me, breathing hard now, eyes wide. The first look he gave me went right through me. It was not anger or fear. It was blankness, like he was looking at a stranger who happened to be holding him. "Mason, hey, it's me," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "It's Mom. You're okay. You're okay, baby." There was a lag, maybe 2 or 3 seconds where his gaze stayed wide and glassy, not really focusing on my face. I could see his pupils jitter slightly, like they were trying to catch up to what was happening. Then, bit by bit, something familiar slid back into his expression. His brows knit, his mouth trembled. "Mom?" he whispered. He glanced over his shoulder back at the wall, and then the tears started, quick and hot. He buried his face against my shirt, small hands tugging at the fabric like he was drowning and trying to climb up me to air. I'm here, I said, even though I had no idea what here meant in that moment. I rubbed his back, felt his ribs under the cotton, his heartbeat racing almost as fast as mine. "You're okay. You were just sleepwalking. You scared me, that's all." I didn't, he started, but the words dissolved into a hiccuping sob. I steered him gently back down the hallway, away from the wall, away from that little patch of paint. The boards under us creaked in different notes now. A scattered, irregular song that felt almost comforting compared to the precise little whine I had heard before. In his room, I tucked him back into bed, smoothed his hair, wiped his cheeks with my thumbs. He was already sagging back into the pillow, exhaustion taking over. By the time I pulled the blanket up to his chin, his eyelids were heavy again. "Do you remember why you were out there?" I asked softly. He frowned in his half-sleep, as if trying to find something that kept slipping away. "Was I in the hallway?" he murmured. "Yes," I said. "At the end. You had your head on the wall." He winced and reached up to touch his forehead. "It kinda hurts," he muttered. I kissed that spot, the skin warm under my lips, and told him we would put some ice on it in the morning if it still hurt. By the time I backed out of the room, he was gone again, his breathing deep and even. The house sounds had returned while I was with him. The fridge hummed. The furnace blew a slow exhale through the vents. A car rolled past outside, tires hissing on damp pavement. Everything was normal. I should have gone back to bed. Instead, I stood in the hallway for a moment and looked toward the end where he had been. The bathroom nightlight cast just enough glow to reach that patch of wall. Up close, the imperfection in the paint was easier to see. At about the height of Mason's forehead, there was a dull oval in the beige, maybe the size of my palm, where the sheen was different. The paint there was smoother, shinier, like it had been rubbed over and over by skin or cloth. I lifted my hand and hovered it an inch away, not quite touching. In that oval, the light caught differently. It was not a fresh mark. The edges blended into the rest of the wall. It looked worn in, like something or someone had been pressing their head there for a long time before my son ever stood in this hallway. 2:1. From funny story to problem. The next morning, I tried to file the whole thing under weird kid story. When my ex came by to pick Mason up for school, I told him about it over the kitchen counter while I poured cereal and pretended this was normal. "He was sleepwalking," I said, keeping my voice light. "I woke up and found him at the end of the hallway, just standing there, head on the wall. It was like something out of The Exorcist." My ex laughed in that way people do when they want it to be a joke. He shook his head as he dug through Mason's backpack for a missing permission slip. "Kids do weird stuff," he said. "At least he's not peeing in the laundry basket. My cousin's kid did that for a month straight." "Yeah," I said, trying to smile. "Could be worse." Mason sat at the table swinging his legs, spoon scraping through soggy cereal. He kept one hand on his forehead, rubbing the spot above his eyebrow. "You remember being up last night?" I asked him. He frowned, like he was trying to recall something from a dream. "I had a bad dream," he said finally, "about a long hallway." "Our hallway?" I asked. He hesitated just long enough for me to notice. I think so, he said. I don't know. It didn't really end. My ex ruffled his hair and made some joke about too many scary movies, and that was the end of the conversation. They left in a flurry of lunchboxes and reminders about math tests, the front door shutting with its familiar latch click, leaving the house oddly still again. At work that night, I told the story in the break room. It was around 2:30 a.m., the dead center of the shift where everyone is either wired or barely functional. I sat at the small round table with two other night shifters, our scrubs wrinkled, our coffee lukewarm. The TV in the corner was cycling through infomercials on mute, bright colors flashing silently, while the intercom occasionally crackled overhead. So I wake up, and my kid is at the end of the hallway with his forehead on the wall, I said, stirring a sugar packet into my coffee just for something to do. Just standing there, not saying anything. I had to physically pull him away. One of the nurses snorted. My daughter used to wander into the kitchen at night and rearrange the chairs, she said. I'd find them stacked in the weirdest ways. She never remembered it. Sleepwalking is creepy as hell, but it's usually harmless. The other tech laughed. At least he's not opening the front door, he said. My nephew almost walked out into the yard once. My sister put one of those chain locks way up high after that. Kids are weird, the nurse repeated. You'll be fine. That was the chorus I kept getting. Kids are weird, he'll outgrow it, do not make a big deal out of it. And part of me wanted to believe that so badly that I clung to it. Weird is manageable. Weird is normal. For a few nights, it looked like everyone was right. Nothing happened. I came home from work, peeled off my scrubs, slept like a stone for 5 solid hours. The house cycled through its usual sounds. The furnace and fridge had their little synchronized silences. The hallway sat at the top of the stairs, looking perfectly bland and harmless in the daytime. I started to think maybe that one night had just been an anomaly. My son had a bad dream. My night shift brain exaggerated it. The wall was just a wall. Then it happened again. The second time, I did not see the whole thing, just the end. I woke up to the soft, regular creak of weight on wood and the whisper of fabric brushing the wall. By the time I got to my bedroom doorway, Mason was already turning away from the end of the hall, his eyes half open, his face slack. He shuffled back toward his room without me saying a word, bare feet whispering against the runner. His pajama sleeve brushed against the wall as he passed, a soft hiss on paint. Mason? I said. He walked past me without blinking, without looking, and climbed back into bed. In the morning, he swore he had slept straight through. The third time, he stopped in the middle of the hallway. I woke to the sound of floorboards complaining in a slow, uneven rhythm. Creak. Pause. Creak. I stepped out and found him standing there, dead center, not at the wall but halfway between my room and his. His head was tilted back, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. His lips were moving. I moved closer, my heart doing that fast, stuttering run again. Up close, I could hear the softest sound coming out of him. Not words exactly, more like fragments, syllables, as if he were dreaming someone else's conversation. Mace, I whispered. Can you hear me? The murmur stopped. His eyes did not flick toward me. They stayed fixed on that point above him, like he could see through the plaster. His breathing was steady and slow. I reached out, put a hand between his shoulder blades. Hey buddy, time to go back to bed. He blinked then, once, twice, and his eyes seemed to unstick. He looked around in confusion, then back at me. Did I fall asleep out here? He asked, voice thick. Something like that, I said. After that night, it stopped being a quirky story to tell in the break room. It started to feel like a problem. Sleep became a broken thing for me. On nights I worked, I would come home, get Mason off to school, and collapse. But the moment I felt myself slipping under, my brain would lurch me back up, listening for the house. A creak, a sigh, the furnace boom, the fridge shudder. Everyone sounded like the beginning of footsteps. On nights I was off, I stayed up too late, parked on the couch with my legs tucked under me. The glow from the TV painting, the walls, a sickly blue. The Netflix menu music looped soft and repetitive when I took too long to choose something. A frozen pizza cooled on the coffee table, its cardboard box already starting to buckle with grease. Mason sat on the floor with his homework spread out, pencil tapping in fits and starts. "Do you have to work tonight?" he would ask. "Not tonight," I would say. "Good," he'd mumble, as if that settled something in his mind. The hallway was always there, in the corner of my eye. If I sat on the couch, I could see the bottom of the stairs and the slice of shadow that hinted at the upper floor. If I stood at the kitchen counter heating leftovers in the microwave, I could see the staircase reflected in the microwave door, and beyond that, the suggestion of the hall. It was like an extra channel playing in my vision all the time. At work, my ears had saved more than one patient. You get tuned to the difference between a normal alarm and an urgent one, a pulse ox dropping too fast, a ventilator auto-cycling, the slight wheeze in a chest that wasn't there an hour ago. Over the years, my brain had become a catalog of sounds and their meanings. Now that catalog would not shut off at home. A floorboard creaked. Weight, direction, speed. The furnace made a different kind of boom. Air pressure, filter, vent. The fridge hummed, off-key by a fraction. Compressor, age, load. The silence that fell when they all stopped together was starting to feel like a symptom, something I could not quite diagnose. It did not help that the sleepwalking did not stay exactly the same. Sometimes I would find Mason standing just inside his bedroom door, one hand on the frame, as if caught between indulging the urge to walk and staying put. Sometimes he stood in front of the bathroom, hand hovering over the light switch that he never actually flipped. Once, I found him at the very top of the staircase, toes curled over the edge, body leaning forward just a little too much, and I had to bite back a shout as I grabbed him and hauled him back onto the landing. But every time he left his room, every time he wandered into that hallway in the middle of the night, he ended up in the same place, the end of the hall, the beige wall, that dull oval patch of paint at forehead height. Sometimes he reached it, sometimes he turned away before, sometimes I caught him halfway, my voice scattering whatever dream held him. It did not seem to matter. There was a direction, a path, and he was following it whether I liked it or not. "You look exhausted," one of the nurses said to me one night as we both stood outside a patient's room listening to a wheezing cough inside. "You getting any sleep at all?" "A few hours here and there," I said. "Mom life," she sighed. "Just wait till he's a teenager sneaking out." The joke landed wrong. Sneaking out I could have dealt with. Sneaking in the opposite direction, toward something sealed up and silent, felt worse. "Yeah," I said. "Kids do weird stuff." I did not tell her that every time the house went quiet now, that 1 or 2 seconds of dead air where the furnace, the fridge, and the rest of the world seemed to pause, I found myself holding my breath and waiting, listening for the faintest creak from upstairs. Sometimes there was nothing, just my pulse and the distant hiss of the freeway. And sometimes, right on the other side of that pause, there was the unmistakable sound of small, bare feet moving across old wood, one careful step at a time, heading down a route my son should not have known by heart. 2. Installing the hallway camera. The idea of the camera came from the same place most bad ideas do these days. A half-awake scroll through my phone at 2 in the morning. I was on my dinner break at work, sitting alone in the staff lounge with a cold slice of pizza on a paper plate, and my badge turned around on its lanyard. The TV in the corner was playing a cooking show with the sound off, and the only real noise was the hum of the vending machine and the occasional overhead page. I typed "kids sleepwalking safety" into the search bar and watched a list of articles and forums pop up. Most of them said the same thing. Lock doors, hide car keys, block stairs, do not wake them too abruptly. They usually grow out of it. A couple of parents talked about setting up baby monitors or cheap Wi-Fi cameras just for peace of mind. Peace of mind sounded like something I could use. On my next day off, between laundry and paying bills and trying to remember what it was like to cook something that did not come out of a box, I added one more errand. Walmart at 3 in the afternoon is its own special kind of horror. Harsh lights, crying kids, carts with one bad wheel. I didn't have the energy to comparison shop. I grabbed a mid-range camera from the electronics aisle, a little white plastic thing with a round eye, advertised as a baby monitor or pet cam. It had night vision, motion alerts, two-way audio if I wanted to talk through it. The kind of gadget people use to check if their dog is chewing the couch while they are at work. The cashier did not look twice. To her, I was just another tired mom buying another piece of plastic to plug into my already overloaded outlets. At home, I took the camera out of its box at the kitchen table, next to a half-finished math worksheet and a smear of dried ketchup. It felt lighter than it looked. The cord coiled like a pale snake around my fingers. The instructions were a folded square of glossy paper with diagrams that assumed more patience than I had. Still, setup was easy. Plug it in, download the app, connect to Wi-Fi, name the device. When the app asked me what I wanted to call it, I typed hallway and immediately wished I had picked something else. It felt like I was claiming the space in a way that made it more than just a space. I put the camera on a cheap little bookshelf at the top of the stairs, just opposite the end wall. From there, it had an unobstructed view down the length of the hall. My bedroom door to the left, Mason's to the right, bathroom in the middle, and that blank beige dead end straight ahead. In the live view on my phone, the image looked distorted, a fisheye effect that made the hallway seem longer than it really was. When I turned off the overhead light and left only the bathroom nightlight on, the camera's tiny IR ring clicked on with a soft mechanical tick, like a bug flicking its wings. The image on my phone flipped to black and white. Surfaces washed into shades of gray. The wall at the end became a flat, silvery rectangle. My bedroom doorframe was a darker slash on one side. If I turned the volume up, I could hear the house breathing, a faint, constant hiss of ambient static that rose and fell with the furnace, the occasional whisper of the fridge cycling, a faraway car passing outside. It was weird, listening to my home through a speaker, as if it were something external I could monitor and adjust. That night, I told myself I would not obsess over it. The camera was there just in case. If Mason had another episode, at least I would be able to see what had happened, instead of filling in the blanks with worst-case scenarios. I made it until about 3 in the morning before I broke that promise. It was one of my off nights again. I had gone to bed around midnight, but sleep had been the thin, jittery kind that breaks every hour on the hour. At 2:45 a.m., I woke up convinced I had heard something and lay there listening until I realized it was only my own heart racing and the fridge humming. By 3, I had given up. I went downstairs, the carpet cool under my feet, and flipped on the dimmest kitchen light. The little yellow bulb above the stove cast a soft circle on the counter and left the rest of the room in gentle shadow. The fridge was a white monolith in the corner, vibrating faintly. I could feel the hum trip through my bare heels on the linoleum. I poured myself a glass of water and took my phone out, thumb hovering over notifications, messages, anything to distract my brain from the feeling that something was wrong without a name. The hallway cam icon sat there on the app, a tiny gray thumbnail stamped with the word live. I tapped it. The live feed came up, black and white view of the empty hallway. The app drew a little line around areas of motion as the camera adjusted to the light levels. My bedroom door was a dark rectangle. Mason's door mostly closed. Bathroom door open just enough for the nightlight to spit out its little wedge. The end wall was featureless and flat. For a minute, I just watched. There was something hypnotic about it. My own home, but slightly alien, filtered through infrared and pixels. The audio hissed softly, and beneath it I could pick out the familiar pieces. The low murmur of the furnace, the occasional tick in the wall, the distant sigh of traffic. No movement, no creaks, no son standing at the end of the hall with his forehead on the wall. The app let me pull up recorded clips from the last few nights. The camera was set to activate whenever it detected motion. Little timestamps marched down the screen, 1:57 a.m., 2:12 a.m., 2:39 a.m., and so on, each with a grainy thumbnail attached. My stomach knotted as I started tapping through them. In the first clip, timestamped 2:08 a.m. 2 nights before, Mason's bedroom door opened in slow motion. Not thrown open, not nudged with a shove. It eased outward, just enough for his small figure to slip through. He stepped into the hall in his pajama pants and t-shirt, hair sticking up. I counted the steps without really meaning to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 small, barefooted steps from his doorway to the end of the hall. He did not pause. He did not look left or right. He moved like someone following a set of instructions they had done 1,000 times before. When he reached the wall, he stopped dead. Not a sway, not a flinch. He simply stood there, back to the camera, head slightly inclined. From that angle, I could not see his hands, but I knew they were at his sides or reaching forward to touch the paint. The clip ended after 30 seconds as he turned away and walked back. I watched 2 more recordings, then 3, then 6. Every time it was the same. Door opens. Mason emerges. 8 steps in that exact same pattern to the end of the hallway. His little body stopped with mechanical precision on the same warped floorboard, the one that groaned under my weight when I vacuumed. His heels aligned almost perfectly where they had been before, like he was finding the same 2 spots on the wood by instinct. Sometimes he stayed for 10 seconds, sometimes for 30. In one clip, he stood there for almost a full minute, completely motionless. The app's motion indicator did not even flutter. If not for the slight rise and fall of his shoulders, you could have mistaken the recording for a still image. I scrubbed back and forth along the timeline, my thumb trembling slightly on the screen. Each time, the numbers across the bottom told the same story. Somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning, always within the same narrow band, always the same sequence. The 8th or 9th clip is the one that made the back of my neck go cold. Timestamp 2:17 a.m. Mason's door opened. He stepped out. 8 steps down the hallway. He reached the wall and stopped. But this time I watched his hands. He raised them slowly, like he was underwater, and placed his palms flat against the paint. His shoulders hitched once, like he took a slightly deeper breath, but after that he went very still. His head did not bow. He did not roll his forehead against the wall. He simply stood there, arms stretched, fingers splayed, as if he were bracing himself against something pushing from the other side. On the video, his body did not move at all, and yet, in the audio, 3 soft knocks sounded. Tap, tap, tap. I froze the frame with my finger, heart thudding. I backed up 2 seconds and listened again. The first time, I thought it was interference. The second time, maybe a glitch. On the third replay, I heard it clearly. 3 faint, evenly spaced knocks, each one slightly deeper in tone than I would have expected from a child's knuckles against old drywall. Mason's shoulders did not jump with the sound. His head did not tilt. His arms remained fixed, locked elbows, like someone had pressed pause on him while the audio kept playing. The knocks were not synced to any visible movement he was making. Maybe it's the pipes, I whispered to myself in the empty kitchen. Maybe it's something in the wall. The thing about working with machines and people for a living is that you get a feel for timing. A cough fits the breath that precedes it. A beeping alarm matches the flashing light. Cause and effect line up. This did not line up. The knocks happened in the spaces between his breaths, in the kind of stillness that made them stand out even more. The microphone on the camera was not great. It added a constant, soft layer of static over everything it heard. But the knocks pushed through that white noise like fingertips on the other side of glass. I zoomed in. The app was not designed for cinematic analysis. But I pinched and spread my fingers on the screen until the image filled as much as it could with the end of the hall. The resolution turned blocky, details dissolving into squares of gray. Still, I could make out Mason's profile in 3/4 view, the curve of his cheek, the line of his nose, his right ear just visible. Right before the first knock sounded, there was a single frame, maybe 2, where his head moved. Not much, just a tiny tilt, like someone had whispered directly into that ear from inside the wall. He leaned in, ever so slightly, closer to the paint. Then the audio popped with that thin, unnatural tapping, and my son, in the grainy black and white video on my phone, did absolutely nothing at all. 2.3. Patterns that shouldn't exist. After that night at the kitchen table with my phone and the hallway footage, I stopped pretending this was just a phase. I did what I always do when something scares me. I tried to turn it into data. On the back of an old discharge summary from work, I started a list. Date, time, number of steps, how long he stood at the wall, whether or not I heard or saw anything unusual. I kept the paper folded in the back of a drawer and updated it whenever the app notified me of motion detected hallway. It felt less like a haunting and more like a case file that way. Less like something creeping around my house and more like something I could chart, track, understand. The times clustered first. Not every night, but on the nights when Mason sleepwalked, it was almost always within 2 narrow windows, either sometime between 2:13 and 2:18 a.m. or between 2:40 and 2:44 a.m. I would scroll through the clips from multiple days and see those same numbers over and over at the bottom of the screen. 2:14:32, 2:16:09, 2:41:3, 2:42:55. Occasionally there were outliers, but even those hugged close. 2:11, 2:45. Nothing at midnight, nothing at 4 in the morning. It was like his body had an alarm set for those windows that he could not snooze. I looked up sleep cycles on my phone during a slow shift. 90-minute REM patterns, periods of partial wakefulness, kids hitting deep sleep around certain times. Maybe it's a sleep cycle thing, I told myself. Maybe his brain was nudging him up into just enough wakefulness to make his legs move, and he was wandering the same way someone might talk in their sleep. The problem was, his legs did not wander. The number of steps never changed. 8 from his door to the end of the hall, with maybe a half-step adjustment if he did not start at the exact threshold. He did not drift left or right. He did not pause to scratch or yawn or look at the bathroom. He moved like someone who had walked that path enough times in the dark to know exactly where everything was, except he did not have those years of practice. We had only lived there a few months, and the knocks, when they happened, did not show up every night. But they always fell into place like punctuation in the same spot. 3 soft taps, a couple seconds after he touched the wall. Not his hands, not his head, not any visible motion on the screen. Just a sound hanging in the audio track with no clear source. I kept telling myself it was pipes. It was the building shifting. It was the camera microphone hiccuping. I did not quite believe myself, but I kept saying it anyway. Then there was the night at the hospital when I watched it live. It was a Tuesday, which meant the ER had been somehow both slow and stressful. Not many people coming in, but the ones who did needed everything at once. Breathing treatments, intubation, the whole cascade. By the time I took my 15-minute break, it was 2:10 a.m. and I was running on caffeine and stubbornness. The staff lounge is a small rectangular room with no windows, a mounted TV in one corner, and a vending machine that moans every time it drops a bottle. The fluorescent lights buzz just enough to make your teeth itch if you listen too long. There's always a faint smell of bleach from the mop sink across the hall, and the lingering aroma of burnt popcorn from some long-ago night shift no one will own up to. Someone had left the TV on a news channel with the sound muted. A talking head gestured at footage of storms on the other side of the country, while captions scrolled along the bottom. The vending machine lights cast a weird green glow onto the opposite wall, making the room feel underwater. I sat down at the little table, took a sip of coffee that had gone lukewarm in the time it took me to get there, and pulled out my phone. Habit more than anything else. A quick hit of social media maybe, before I had to go back to alarms and charting. The hallway app notification was waiting. Motion detected, hallway, 2:16 a.m. I glanced at the digital clock on the microwave. 2:16 a.m. exactly. My chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine. My thumb hovered for half a second, then tapped the alert. The live feed loaded, the little spinning circle feeling slower than it probably was. Then the grainy, black and white image of my upstairs hallway snapped into place. Mason was already there. There was no clip of his door opening, no sequence of 8 little steps. The camera, for whatever reason, had decided to show me the moment after. He was standing flush with the end wall, exactly in the center of the frame, back to the camera, small shoulders squared. His hands were pressed flat to the paint, arms extended, elbows locked. His head was tilted slightly forward, just enough that I could tell his forehead was against that worn oval patch. The bathroom nightlight made a ghost glow on the side of his face, but most of him was swallowed in shadow. The sight of him there, live, made my skin prickle. It was one thing to watch recordings after the fact, to study them like a detective. It was another thing entirely to know that right now, as I sat under hospital lights, my son was upstairs in our house putting his body against that wall with no one else between him and it. I turned the volume up, The familiar hiss of ambient static filled my ear. Beneath it, I could hear the low hum of the furnace, the distant rush of a car passing outside. No knocks yet, no creaks. "Mason?" I whispered aloud, uselessly. The app had two-way audio, but I did not tap it. I did not want my voice suddenly booming out of a plastic eye in the wall and scaring him into falling or running. On the screen, something shifted. Not him at first. The wall. More accurately, the light on the wall. For a fraction of a second, the rectangle of paint behind his hands seemed to ripple, as if someone had thumped the other side and the vibration had traveled through. The cheap sconce above him wobbled just enough for its shadow to stutter along the ceiling, like the whole fixture had been brushed. It reminded me of the way the windows shook when a semi barreled past the house at just the right speed on Morse Road. Except at 2:16 a.m., our little side street should have been nearly dead. I knew the rhythms of the neighborhood almost as well as I knew the hospitals. The only regular noises at that hour were the furnace, the fridge, and the occasional late car. Mason did not react to the movement. He stayed pinned in place, palms flat, head bowed. "Come on," I muttered under my breath. "Step back, kiddo. Just one step." The vending machine whirred behind me, some unseen mechanism cycling. The microwave clock ticked over to 2:17. On the TV, a graphic about an election flashed in red and blue. In the hallway at home, on the little screen in my hand, the image juddered. For a second, everything froze and broke into blocks. The app stuttered, the live icon flickering. The audio crackled with a gust of static that swallowed all the other sounds. When the feed snapped back, the hallway was empty. No slow turn, no retreat, no little body walking back toward his room. One frame, he was there. The next, the wall was bare, the floorboards exposed, the bathroom door a dark mouth half open. The sconce was still, its shadow steady. The only sign that anything had changed was a faint impression in the carpet runner where his feet had just been. On the bottom of the screen, the live timestamp clicked over to 2:18 a.m. I sat there in that ugly little room, surrounded by institutional furniture and the smell of disinfectant, with my heart pounding against my ribs like it wanted out. My finger hovered over the screen, waiting for another motion alert, another sign that he was moving, that he had gone back to bed. Nothing came. I backed out of the live view and tapped into the events list, looking for the recording that had just been triggered. Sometimes the app took a minute to upload clips. I told myself that was all it was. A delay, a hiccup. The highlight reel popped up with a new entry for 2:16 a.m. I tapped it. Instead of the usual thumbnail, there was a gray box with a little broken file icon in the center. "Clip unavailable," the app said. "File may be corrupted." I tried again. Same message. I switched from Wi-Fi to cellular and back. No change. The other clips above and below it on the list loaded fine. Old footage from days before of him shuffling into the hall, of me walking to the bathroom, of an empty corridor catching a flicker of a passing car's headlights. Only the one I wanted refused to play. I should have gone back to work then. My 15 minutes were up. But I sat there longer, my break stretching thin, staring at that error message like I could will it into changing. When I got home around 7:30 that morning, my first stop was not coffee, not my bed. It was the top of the stairs, phone in hand, the house yawning around me in its familiar after-dawn quiet. Mason was asleep in his room, sprawled diagonally across the bed, one arm flung out, mouth slightly open. No bruise on his forehead this time. No sign he had been awake at all. I went back out into the hallway and opened the app again, this time on my home Wi-Fi. The corrupted clip was still there, still grayed out, still stubborn. But there was a new option I had not noticed in the rush at work. Audio only. My thumb hesitated, then pressed. The speaker hissed to life, that now familiar wash of static. For a moment, nothing else. I almost turned it off, annoyed at myself for chasing this in circles. Then, very close to the microphone, someone inhaled. It was a slow, deliberate breath, dragged in through a throat that seemed too wide. It was not the light, snuffly draw of a 9-year-old kid. It was deeper, heavier, with a faint catch at the top, like the person taking it had been holding very, very still for a long time. The sound filled my kitchen, too loud from such a small speaker. I found myself glancing toward the ceiling, toward the exact place that breath should have been coming from if it were happening live. On the app screen, under the little progress bar, the label read, "Motion detected, hallway end, 2:16:47 a.m. I stood alone in my house, my son snoring softly upstairs, and listened to that stranger's breath echo in the one place my eyes could no longer see. 3.1. The neighbor who hesitated. Ron was the sort of neighbor who seemed to come with the property, like the cracked driveway and the overgrown hedge. He lived in the unit across from mine, on the other side of the shared strip of asphalt we generously called a parking lot. Late 50s, maybe early 60s, with a denim jacket he wore no matter the weather and a cigarette permanently attached to his fingers. He always seemed to be outside when the trash went out, or when Amazon dropped a package, or when I was having a particularly bad hair day. He knew everyone's business in the way only someone who has stayed put long enough can. I used to find that comforting, stable. Like if something went wrong, there would be at least one person on the block who would notice. It was a Saturday morning in late winter when he finally asked about the house. The sky was the color of dishwater, and the snow that had fallen a few nights before had melted into dirty slush along the edges of the pavement. The trash pickup was early that week, and I was dragging our bin down the driveway, the wheels rattling over the cracked concrete. Mason's old soccer ball sitting half frozen in the yard. Ron was already outside, of course. He stood near the communal dumpsters at the end of the lot, leaning against the wooden enclosure, cigarette smoke curling up and getting lost in the gray sky. An old ballgame cap shaded his eyes, but I could feel him watching as I wrestled the bin around a pothole. "How's that place treating you?" he called, like we were picking up a conversation we'd been in the middle of for months. I nudged the bin into place, the lid thudding shut, and straightened up. My breath puffed in front of me in little clouds. "It's a house," I said, giving the practiced half-smile you save for small talk. "Noisy furnace, thin walls, you know." He chuckled, tapping ash into the trash can lid. "Yeah, these units, you hear everything. My old neighbor used to sneeze and set off my dog. You can hear my kid running around?" I asked, only half joking. Ron shrugged. "Sometimes, I hear your washer spin up, hear your TV, hear your whatever that is humming at night." He gestured vaguely at my side of the building. "Furnace sounds about ready to take off." "That's about right," I said. "It does this big boom when it kicks on. First time it did it, I thought something exploded in the basement." He nodded in sympathy. "Takes some getting used to. At least the heat works." We stood there for a minute in the cold, the quiet stretching. A car passed on the cross street, tires hissing through slush. Somewhere a dog barked once and then gave up. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, feeling the damp creeping through the soles of my sneakers. I do not know why I said what I said next. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was tired of being the only one in on the joke my own house seemed to be playing. Honestly, I added, nodding up toward my own windows, the weirdest part is that upstairs hallway. How it just ends in that wall. Feels like something's missing. I expected him to shrug that off too. Maybe say something about old floor plans or cheap flips. He did not. For a second, Ron just stared past me, his eyes tracking up to the second floor of my unit. He looked not at the front bedroom windows, but a little to the right, toward where the hallway would be if the siding were transparent. His face changed, just slightly. The easy half smile flattened. The lines around his eyes tightened, and the hand holding the cigarette lowered a fraction, ash drifting down onto the wet concrete. "Yeah," he said slowly. "That used to be different." A little breeze kicked up then, stirring the top of the dumpster enclosure and lifting the edge of his jacket. Smoke twisted between us. For a heartbeat, the whole block felt like it leaned in, listening. "What do you mean?" I asked. Ron took a drag, buying himself a few seconds. He exhaled through his nose, watching the cloud disappear. "They closed it up after..." He trailed off, the words drying up halfway out. His gaze flicked from the second floor back to me, measuring something. "Well, you know how people are with kids and stairs." The way he said kids and stairs made my skin prickle under my coat. I tried to keep my tone neutral, like this was just neighborly curiosity. "I've only been there a few months," I said. "No one mentioned anything about stairs." "Yeah, they wouldn't," he muttered. He flicked the cigarette butt into the dumpster, where it hissed out in a wet patch. His hands went into his jacket pockets, shoulders coming up defensively. "What does that mean?" I pressed. Ron shifted his weight, boots grinding a layer of grit into the pavement. For the first time since I'd moved in, he looked uncomfortable, like he had stepped onto a topic he thought was a shallow puddle and suddenly found it was deeper. "Some accidents," he said finally. "Long time ago. I wasn't here for it. Just stories." He glanced up my way again, and his eyes did that thing people's eyes do when they're trying to decide whether to tell you something or let you keep your peace. "The back stairs in these units used to run up and down behind your wall," he said, nodding toward my second floor. "Service stairs, fire escape, whatever you want to call them. When they did the big renovation and combined some of the places, they sealed a lot of that off." "Behind my wall," I repeated. "Yeah," he scratched at his cheek. "Right about where your hallway dead ends." An image flashed in my mind of Mason standing there in the dark, forehead pressed to the paint, feet aligned on that single floorboard. Knocking I could hear, but not see. "What kind of accident?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from getting too thin. Ron's mouth tightened. He looked away, across the lot, toward the rows of other townhouses wearing the same color siding. A car door slammed somewhere out of sight, and a woman's voice called after a child. Everyday noise trying to drag the moment back to normal. "Look," he said, shrugging like he was shaking off a bad thought. "I don't know the details. Couple kids, some falls, maybe worse. People talk. This was before my time here. They sealed that thing years before you moved in." "Before you moved in? Or before I did?" I asked. He hesitated again. "Before you," he said. "I've been here a while." "How long is a while?" "Long enough to see 3 landlords come and go," he said. "Long enough to remember when they tore out those stairs in 7B and 9D. Yours was around that time, too." The air felt colder now, biting the skin under my eyes. I shoved my hands deeper into my coat pockets. "No one said anything when I bought the place," I said. "No disclosure, nothing in the listing." Ron snorted without humor. "They're not gonna write, 'Hey, by the way, we boarded up a staircase after a few kids got hurt on the brochure,'" he said. "Scares people off, bad for resale." The casual way he said, "a few kids got hurt," made my stomach flip. "Hurt how?" I asked. "I told you, I don't know," he said, a little too quickly. "Stairs are stairs. Kids run, kids fall, people sue. Management plugs the hole, calls it a safety update." His voice had picked up a defensive edge now, like he regretted opening his mouth in the first place. "Did anyone—" I swallowed, the words dry. "Did anyone die?" He looked at me then, really looked, and for a moment the nosy neighbor routine dropped away. What was left was an older man who had lived in one place long enough to see patterns he did not want to name. "Stories," he said, softer. "You hear things. A baby gate that didn't hold, a teenager messing around, a mom who turned her back for 5 seconds." He shook his head. "But paper-wise? Official-wise? Just incidents? They don't like the D word? Not in print." A chilly gust blew down the strip of drives, rattling the lids and the trash cans. Somewhere, a siren wailed faintly on Morse, then Dopplered away. I became acutely aware of every kid I had ever watched run up or down a staircase, fearless, sure the world would catch them if they fell. Ron seemed to realize he'd gone too far, or maybe just farther than he meant to. He straightened up, rubbed his hands together like he was cold. "Anyway," he said, his tone shifting gears with all the subtlety of a bad transmission. "How about them Buckeyes last weekend? Quarterback finally remembered how to throw a ball." The subject change was so abrupt, it made my head spin. "I don't really follow," I said, still stuck back at baby gate that didn't hold. He chuckled, but it sounded forced. "You live in Columbus. It follows you," he said. "Give it time." I should have asked more then. I should have pressed, demanded names, dates, something I could look up. Instead, I stood there, holding on to the cold handle of the trash bin, feeling the conversation slide sideways like someone had greased it. "Look," Ron added, softer again. "I'm not trying to freak you out. You got a good kid. You watch him on those stairs you got left, yeah? Maybe put one of those little latches up high on the basement door. You'll be fine." I wanted to tell him my kid did not seem half as interested in the stairs we could see as he was in the one we could not. I wanted to tell him about the camera, the 8 steps, the knocks, the breath in the audio. Instead, I said, "Yeah, I'll be careful." He nodded, apparently satisfied, and pushed himself off the dumpster. "All right then, gotta go wrangle my own plumbing. Pipes sound like they're dying." He took a few steps, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. "And hey," he added, "if you start hearing stuff where you shouldn't, it's probably just this damn building talking. These walls are full of old noise." He said it like a joke, but his eyes flicked one more time to that invisible line where my hallway ended. Then he went inside, leaving me alone with the trash bins, the slush, and the image of an invisible staircase behind my wall that someone, at some point, had decided the best solution was not to fix or guard, but to seal away and pretend had never been there at all. 3.2 Records and Rumors. Once Ron put the word stairs in my head, it would not leave. I tried to leave it alone for a few days. I had other things to think about: night shifts, bills, Mason's science project about the water cycle. But the idea sat there behind everything, like a tab left open in my brain. Every time I walked up my very visible staircase from the living room, I thought about the one Ron said used to exist behind the wall upstairs. On a slow afternoon, when Mason was at a friend's house and the laundry was cycling in the basement, I gave in. I started where everyone starts now, the internet. I pulled up my address on Zillow first. The listing photos I already knew by heart. The wide-angle shots that made my kitchen look twice as big. The careful cropping that never quite showed the far end of the upstairs hall. I clicked through anyway, hunting for some stray image they might have left in. Nothing. Just the same staged angles and cozy descriptions. From there, I went to the county auditor's website. The interface looked like it hadn't changed since the 90s, green and gray with clunky search bars. I typed in my street name, my unit number, my parcel ID from the closing documents. After a few seconds, a basic sketch of my lot popped up. A rectangle for the building footprint, some numbers about square footage, year built, tax value. There was a tab marked Historic Images, Floor Plans. My pulse bumped up a notch. I clicked it and waited while a faded PDF loaded. The drawing was in black ink, lines slightly crooked, someone's handwriting in tiny loops along the margins. It looked like a copy of a blueprint, enough to get the idea, not enough to build from. The first floor matched what I knew. Front entry into living room, kitchen in the back, basement stairs off to the side. The second floor, though, was different. There, in light lines, barely darker than the background, was a little run of steps sketched along the back wall. A narrow staircase labeled service stairs ran from a small square off the kitchen up to a tiny landing at the exact point where my hallway now dead-ended. From that landing, the lines faded out, as if whoever scanned it had smudged that corner. My actual stairs, the ones I use every day, were on the drawing too, labeled main stairs. 2 sets in one skinny footprint. In the margin, next to the back steps, someone had written, "Removed," with a question mark and an arrow pointing to the landing. I stared at that question mark until my eyes blurred. For a minute, I told myself maybe it was just an old version. Maybe the building had been designed that way, but never actually built like that. But the more I clicked around, the more inconsistencies I found. Units at the far end of the block still showed the back staircase in darker ink, no question mark. One neighboring address popped up with a floor plan that clearly had both sets of stairs intact, the rear one labeled secondary egress. Maybe, I thought, that unit never had its stairs removed. Maybe someone over there could confirm it. I spent the next week doing what my mother would have called poking my nose where it doesn't belong. Under the guise of being friendly, I stopped to chat with a woman from 2 doors down when she was unloading groceries. Her name was Cynthia. She had lived there forever, according to herself, which in this neighborhood meant at least 15 years. "You ever hear about these places having back staircases?" I asked, keeping it casual. My neighbor said something about old service stairs being sealed up. "Oh, those," she said, waving one hand as if swatting away a fly. "Some of the corner units still got them. Fire code grandfathered them in, I guess. Ours used to have one, before we combined with the next place. Weird little narrow thing from the kitchen up to the hall." "Did anything ever happen with them?" I asked. "Accidents or..." She wrinkled her nose. "Kids fell sometimes. People used them like ladders, up and down, up and down. I heard something about a kid breaking an arm way back. You know how it is with stairs and children. You ever hear about..." I hesitated, then pushed. "Anything worse?" Cynthia's gaze slid away just a fraction. "People say things," she said. "You live here long enough? You hear every version. Some folks said they could hear someone on the back stairs even after they put up the drywall. Little footsteps, that kind of thing. She said it with the offhand tone of someone passing along gossip they do not fully buy. But the way she rubbed her arms afterward, like she had gotten a chill, undercut that. At night? I asked. Yeah, she shrugged. Old buildings make noises. People make stories to fit them. The old landlord, 2 landlords ago, would shut down any talk about it. Layout is what it is, he used to say. You want a different house, move. That stuck with me, that reflexive refusal to engage. Later that week, on another day off when the house felt too small and too full of creaks, I drove downtown to the main library. It was the kind of building that had its own ghosts. Marble floors, high ceilings, painted murals of stern-looking men holding scrolls. It smelled like paper and dust and printer toner. The reference librarian did not blink when I asked about old property records and local newspapers. She typed a few commands into her terminal, scribbled a note on a yellow sticky, and pointed me toward a back room humming softly with machines. Microfilm is one of those things that feels haunted, even before you see what's on it. I sat at a clunky gray viewer, threaded the thin black strip into place, and spun through decades of news. Headlines about city council meetings, bake sales, sports scores, storms. Faces of politicians and missing pets flickered by in negative white eyes glowing out of dark faces. I narrowed the date range to the years Ron had vaguely waved at when he said "long time ago" and focused on my corner of town. It took a while. Time moves differently when you are scanning past other people's tragedies. Then I found it. The headline was small, tucked into the bottom half of a page otherwise dedicated to a story about a school levy. "No child injured in fall from interior staircase," it read in plain black letters. The article itself was only 4 or 5 sentences long. No picture, no dramatic quotes from weeping relatives. A young child was transported to Riverside Hospital Tuesday evening following a fall from an interior staircase in a Northside townhouse complex, it began. According to witnesses, the child fell from an upper landing onto the lower steps. No other injuries were reported. The address was vague, a unit in the redacted complex on the 2000 block of my street name. No specific number, no names. At the end, one line made my stomach tighten. The family later moved away, and the back staircase was eventually removed. Eventually, as if it had lingered there, after the fall, like a bad memory no one wanted to touch directly. As if someone had looked at it every day and thought, we should do something about that, and then didn't for a while. I printed the article, the machine spitting out the paper with a hot, plasticky smell. On the page, the grainy text looked even more impersonal. A child, a staircase, a family that left. A problem solved by tearing out wood and slapping up drywall. On my way out, I stopped at the customer service desk and asked about old building permits. Was there any record of renovations, stair removals? The clerk, a young man with tired eyes and a name tag that read Josh, typed my address into yet another aging database. "Looks like there was a permit pulled about 15 years ago," he said. "Interior modification, removal of secondary egress, structural reinforcement. Several units on that block, actually. No specifics about accidents, though. You'd have to go down to City Hall for anything more." I thanked him and left with my thin stack of paper, a floor plan printout with ghost stairs, a photocopied article about an unnamed child, a permit summary that read like a euphemism. Back home, the house seemed to be waiting for me. Mason was at his dad's that weekend. The townhouse was empty in a way that had nothing to do with furniture. The fridge hummed. The furnace cycled. The clock on the microwave blinked the right time. Everything looked the same as when I left that morning. Except now, every sound had a new possible source. I stood at the base of the stairs and looked up. I could not see the hallway from there, just the idea of it at the top. The slice of carpet, the shadow where the wall would be. I climbed slowly, one hand on the banister, my own footsteps sounding too loud. At the top, I stopped and faced the end wall. In broad daylight, it looked benign. Beige paint, that slightly smoother oval at Mason's forehead height, the cheap sconce above casting a dull shadow. But now, with the floor plan and the article fresh in my mind, I could almost see the other version layered under it. A narrow landing, turning to the left, opening onto a cramped set of steps dropping down along the interior wall. Wood worn smooth by years of use, little dents where heels had struck, a handrail polished by palms. The line of sight from this point straight down into a square of kitchen far below. I laid my hand against the paint without thinking. The wall felt normal, cool, solid. No give, no hidden door swinging open. But behind it, in my head, I could hear the echo of what Ron and Cynthia in the article had suggested. Small feet pounding up, slipping, a sudden silence, then a different kind of sound altogether. That night, lying in bed, I realized the house had picked up a new noise. It was subtle at first, easy to write off as paranoia. A creak here, a groan there. But these weren't the same old floorboard complaints I had cataloged. They were thinner, sharper, running in a vertical line instead of along the length of the hall. Sometimes, when the furnace shut off and the house took its deep, listening breath, I would hear it. A faint series of little tick-tick-ticks traveling up the wall behind my headboard, then down again, like weight shifting from one step to the next. Like someone was climbing, very slowly, on a staircase that was no longer supposed to exist. 3.3, the thing that doesn't add up. There is a point where you stop asking yourself if you are overreacting and start asking why nothing about this feels proportional. A kid sleepwalking is normal. Old houses making noise is normal. Stairs being remodeled out of a floor plan is normal. None of those by themselves should have made my skin crawl. It was how they fit together that did not add up. One Sunday afternoon, when the house felt unusually quiet and the light coming through the bedroom blinds had that washed-out winter Sunday look, I spread everything out on my bed like I was building a puzzle. The printed floor plan from the county site, the tiny newspaper clipping, my own handwritten list of times and steps and knocks, a fresh sheet of paper and a red pen. I traced the upstairs layout from the old plan. My bedroom, Mason's room, the bathroom, the hallway connecting them. Then I added the faint little landing from the ghost stairs, the one labeled service stairs that rose from the kitchen and met the hall at a right angle. On the drawing, the top of the removed staircase was a small square, maybe 3 feet by 3 feet, opening directly into the hallway. A little box where the stairs met the second floor. I shaded that square in. Then I pulled up the hallway camera feed on my phone and froze it on a frame where Mason was standing in his usual spot, back to the lens, heels aligned on that one warped board, head pressed to the wall. I held the phone over the paper and lined it up by feel. The width of the hall, the distance from my bedroom door, the distance from his. If I marked where his feet would be on the drawing, they landed right inside the shaded square. The place my son kept walking to in his sleep. The place he pressed his forehead against the wall. The place where the knocks sometimes came from and the breath in that corrupted clip had sounded. It was exactly where the top of the old staircase would have been. There was something obscene about seeing it that way, reduced to lines and measurements and ink. It made it too neat. As if some part of the house, stripped down, was still following the original design even if the rest of us were pretending it had changed. I folded the paper in half and shoved it under a stack of sweaters in my drawer, as if hiding it could muffle what it meant. A few nights later, I was in my room folding laundry when I heard Mason talking. It was late enough that the digital clock on my nightstand showed 10:42 in red numbers. We had done the whole routine already. Teeth brushed, stories read, lights out. He had seemed more tired than usual, blinking slowly at his book, head heavy on my shoulder. I had kissed his forehead, checked his nightlight, and left his door cracked the way he liked. I had the bedroom TV on low to some crime show I was not really watching, more interested in the feel of warm clothes in my hands and the soft thump of the dryer downstairs. The hallway outside my door was a strip of darkness with a slice of light spilling across it from Mason's room. That was where his voice came from. At first I thought he was singing to himself, some half-remembered theme song from a cartoon. But as I turned the TV down and listened, I realized they were words, sentences broken by pauses. The tone was the one kids use when they are playing pretend with somebody, explaining the rules of a game. "No," he was saying, his voice muffled through the wall. "No, it doesn't go anywhere now." I put the t-shirt I was holding down on the bed and stood still. Silence for a second. Then, softly, "You can't come up." The way he said it, patient, almost apologetic, put a cold weight in my stomach. I stepped into the doorway and listened harder. His voice dropped to a murmur, too soft for me to pick out words. The cadence, though, was unmistakable. He was answering someone. Waiting, then responding. Like a kid on the phone, except I knew he didn't have one. I moved quietly across the hall, the carpet soft under my feet, and rested my fingers on his doorknob. The light spilling through the crack painted a yellow stripe on my bare toes. Inside, I heard one more fragment, clearer this time, like he had turned his face toward the door. "You're not supposed to," he said. "Mom says it's not safe." I pushed the door open, the words cut off mid-syllable. Mason sat cross-legged on his bed, his notebook open in his lap, pencil in hand. His shoulders jerked slightly when he saw me, like I'd startled him out of a deep thought. "Hey," I said, aiming for casual and landing somewhere closer to cautious. "Who are you talking to?" He blinked, the way he does when he's trying to switch gears. "No one," he said. "I could hear you," I said. "You were saying something about it not going anywhere, about not coming up." He frowned, glancing toward the far wall, toward the hallway, toward the place behind it. "I was just playing," he muttered, in my head. "Playing with who?" I asked. He shrugged, eyes dropping back to his notebook. "Nobody. It's like when you talk in character for a video game, you know?" "Have you heard anyone else talking?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. "Like from the wall or the stairs?" His head snapped up at that. "What stairs?" he asked. "The old staircase," I said, watching his face carefully. "The one Mr. Ron mentioned, the one that used to be behind that wall." He looked genuinely confused. "What staircase?" he repeated. "We just have the one down to the living room." I studied him for a second, searching for any flicker of recognition, any sign he was messing with me. There was none. Just a tired 9-year-old who wanted me to stop asking weird questions so he could go back to whatever he was drawing. "Did you hear me and Mr. Ron talking about it outside?" I asked. He shook his head. "I was at Dad's," he said. "Remember? You said you talked to him when you took the trash out Saturday. I wasn't here. He was right. I'd forgotten that detail, but he was right. I had the house to myself that morning. No little ears pressed to the window, no child listening in. Okay, I said slowly. Sorry, I just heard you talking. Night shift brain. I tapped my head lightly like I was making fun of myself. He gave me that look again, the one that mixes affection with mild embarrassment for me. You're weird, he said, but there was a little smile attached this time. After he fell asleep, I told myself I was only going back in to turn off the bedside lamp he always left on by mistake. The hallway was almost dark now, lit only by the bathroom nightlight and a sliver of glow from my own TV. The house was in that in-between state, not fully quiet, not fully noisy. I could hear the fridge humming downstairs and the faint whoosh as the furnace cycled. Mason was sprawled diagonally across his bed again, one arm flung out, his notebook pushed up against the wall by his elbow. The lamp on his nightstand was still on, shade tilted. I moved carefully, stepping around the Lego minefield on the rug, and pressed the lamp switch. The room dropped into softer shadow, the shapes of his posters on the wall dissolving into darker rectangles. The notebook caught my eye as I turned to go. It was open to a page near the middle. The cheap paper rippled from where he'd pressed too hard with his pencil. I hesitated, then told myself that I looked through his school folder all the time. This was not that different. On the page, in his neat but still learning handwriting, he had drawn our hallway. I recognized it immediately. The narrow strip of floorboards, the 3 doors off to the sides, the light fixture on the ceiling. At the end, where in real life there was just that flat beige wall, he had drawn a door. It was a simple rectangle with a knob, but from the bottom edge of the door, a series of lines stretched downward in perspective, steps descending into darkness. At the bottom of those steps, in a scribbled black patch that could have been shadow, he had drawn a small figure. It was nothing more than a lumpy oval with stick arms, but the way it huddled at the foot of those stairs made my throat tighten. Above the drawing, in all caps the way kids write when they want something to feel important, he had labeled it, "Stairs that aren't there." I flipped the page with a finger that did not feel entirely under my control. On the next sheet, he had drawn something else, from a different angle. This time, the lines of the stairs rose up toward me instead of down. The perspective was from below, looking up. A steep flight of steps, walls pressing in on either side, the ceiling just visible. At the very top, where the staircase met a flat surface, another figure stood. It was drawn bigger this time, filling the space at the top landing. 2 arms extended forward, hands pressed against what Mason had shaded as a flat, vertical plane. No door, just a wall. The body leaned in, as though pushing. The head was lowered slightly, as if resting on the surface. In other words, the exact posture my son took in the hallway when he sleepwalked. Except the figure did not have a face. Where features should have been, eyes, nose, mouth, there was only a white oval left untouched by pencil, a blank space, surrounded by shaded hair and the outline of a skull, like whoever this was had leaned their identity clean off against the wall and left it behind. My stomach clenched. I closed the notebook, careful not to wake him, and backed out of the room. In the hallway, under the cheap sconce, I had to press my palm against the real wall for balance. The paint was cool and smooth under my skin, solid, motionless. Behind it, in the place my floor plan insisted there used to be air and wood and space, my son's drawings said someone was still standing there. Hands on the other side of the same wall, forehead pressed right where his keep's trying to go. 4.1. Static and silence. For a little while, things almost went back to normal. I say almost, because once you have seen your kid on a grainy screen, pressing his forehead against a wall that should open onto nothing, and once you have held in your hand a floor plan that says there used to be a staircase exactly there, normal gets a permanent asterisk. But the hallway was quiet. A week went by with no motion alerts from the hallway cam between 2 and 3 in the morning. I checked my phone anyway, like a reflex. Nothing. Just the usual clips of me walking past with a laundry basket, or Mason darting out of his room to grab a forgotten charger. He slept through the night more often than not. On school mornings, he came down bleary-eyed but not wrecked, not clutching at his forehead or rubbing his neck like something had been pulling on him in his sleep. The dark smudges under his eyes faded a little. "See?" people at work said when I mentioned the sleepwalking in passing. "Kids grow out of it. Probably just a phase." "Probably," I echoed, trying to make that word feel solid. There were still little things, though. Sometimes, after lights out, he would call down from his room, voice small and thin, "Mom, can you leave your door open? Just a little more?" I would adjust the angle, the crack between our rooms widening. The hallway light pattern changed, my room getting a little more of his nightlight's glow, his getting a little more of mine. "Night, buddy," I'd say. "Night," he'd answer. "Don't close it all the way, okay?" "Okay." Other nights, he would mention dreams over breakfast, chewing his way through cereal like the words were an afterthought. "I had that hallway dream again," he'd say. "The one about our house?" I'd ask, keeping my tone neutral. "Kind of," he'd shrug. "It's like ours, but longer. You walk, and it keeps going. You can't see the end. If you turn around, the other way looks the same." "Were you scared?" I asked once. He frowned, thinking. "Not at first," he said. "It's not dark. It's just gray, like school walls. But then you realize there's no doors. You're in the middle and there's nowhere to get out. That's when it gets bad." I stirred sugar into my coffee until it dissolved. "How does it end?" I asked. "I wake up," he said. "I always wake up before I get to the end." I stopped asking for details after that. I did not want to give shape to something that might otherwise blur and fade on its own. Work stayed busy. Winter tightened its grip on Columbus, the sky a constant low ceiling of cloud. I took the freeway to the hospital in the dark and came home in a sort of thin, washed-out light that never felt like real morning. The days condensed into small rituals: gloves on, defrost the windshield, badge in, sanitize, listen, chart, badge out, scrape ice again. At night, the house became my white noise machine. I would lie in bed on my off nights, phone face down on the nightstand, and listen to the building run through its familiar playlist. The furnace whoomphing on in the basement and the gentle rush of warm air through the vents. The fridge revving up its rattle in the kitchen. The random tiny clicks from the thermostat and the digital clock. If you have ever gotten used to sleeping next to a highway or train tracks, you know how those sounds can turn into a kind of lullaby. My house was like that. It had a rhythm. You could set your body to it. Except for the silences. I had started to notice them months before. Those moments when the house seemed to take a breath and hold it. Now, they had their own weight. The furnace would shut off mid-cycle. The fridge would coincide with its own pause. And for 1 or 2 seconds, everything would flatten into a strange, pure quiet. I would hold my breath too without meaning to. Then the hums would trickle back in. The fridge first, usually. then the faint hiss of hot water in the pipes, then the outside noises bleeding through. The spell would break. It's just the way the circuits are wired, I told myself, more times than I can count. Everything happens to cycle off together sometimes. Then I would think about the audio-only clip from the corrupted video, the slow inhale that sounded too big for my son's lungs, and the reassurance would thin out. The night the house really showed its hand, the weather turned worse. The forecast had said winter mix, which is Ohio code for everything unpleasant at once. By 10 p.m., the wind was up high enough that it whistled through the gaps around the upstairs windows, a long, low sound that rose and fell like someone drawing a bow across a single violin string. Sleet ticked against the glass, little staccato bursts that came and went. The furnace worked harder trying to keep up. I could hear it cycling more frequently. The boom of ignition, the sigh of air, the slight rattle in the vent at the foot of my bed. The house felt wrapped in a coat of noise. Heater, fridge, the faint storm outside, thicker than usual. Mason had complained of a headache at dinner and gone to bed early. I checked on him twice. By 11, he was sprawled in his usual diagonal, breathing deeply, the covers mostly on the floor. His notebook was closed on the nightstand. I did not open it. I laid down in my own room, fully expecting another night of broken, anxious rest. Instead, I drifted, not into real sleep, not into total wakefulness, that middle place where your thoughts wander and the sounds around you weave into dreams. In that half space, the house noise became a kind of blanket. The furnace's steady exhale, the fridge's insect whine, the wind pushing against the siding in big, soft hands. Somewhere in that float, I realized the pattern had changed. The furnace had kicked on again, but instead of running its full, comforting cycle, it stopped. Not slowed, not eased. Stopped. The rush of air cut out mid-sentence, leaving my room too quiet, like someone had hit mute on a channel. A second later, the fridge followed suit, its hum dropping off in a clumsy, unfinished way. The tick of sleet on the window faded, or maybe the wind shifted, carrying it somewhere else. The silence that fell was not the ordinary one, not the 1-second breath I had gotten used to. It was bigger, deeper. It felt like someone had reached into the wall and pulled a plug on the entire block, except the lights were still on. I opened my eyes. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed a steady 2:38 a.m. The hallway outside my half-open door was a band of dimness, the bathroom nightlight throwing its pale wedge against the opposite wall. The little green charging light on my phone blinked. Nothing flickered. The power was fine. I listened. No furnace, no fridge, no heat blowing through the vents, no wind at the window. Even the distant, always there rumble of the freeway had gone thin, like someone had closed a door between us. My first thought was a power issue with the appliances, a breaker, something mechanical. I swung my feet to the floor, intending to get up, check the thermostat, the kitchen, the basement. Then I realized I could hear something. It was small, almost delicate at first, easy to miss if you weren't tuned to it. A faint buzzing, like the sound you get when you turn a radio on but have not found a station yet. A thin wash of static. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not from the heater vents, not from the window, not from the electrical outlets, just in the air. The hair on my arms lifted. It sounded exactly like the background hiss from the hallway camera's audio feed. Except my phone was on the nightstand, screen dark. The baby monitor feature in the app turned off. The hallway cam itself was upstairs in the wall, not in my bedroom. And even if it had somehow switched on, it wouldn't pipe its sound into my room without my phone acting as the middleman. I picked the phone up anyway, thumb fumbling for the screen. The static did not get louder or softer with the movement. It stayed the same, a thin gray noise laid over everything. The hallway app showed no new notifications, no motion alerts, no live view running in the background. The little icon sat there quiet and innocent. The static went on. I put the phone back down, very carefully, like setting a glass on a table you're afraid might crack. The silence around that one noise was so complete it made my ears ring. My own breathing sounded too loud. My heartbeat did that stuttery thing again, trying to find a rhythm that matched what it was hearing outside. For a second, one stupid second, I thought, maybe this is in my head. Night shift brain, finally snapping. Maybe I have listened to too many machines, too many monitors, and now my brain is filling in sounds that are not there. Then, from somewhere beyond my bedroom door, from somewhere along the length of the house, a board creaked. Just one. A single reluctant complaint of old wood shifting. The sound carried through walls I now knew were not entirely solid. The static seemed to swell around it, filling in the spaces the other noises usually occupied. It felt like the house was holding its breath longer than it ever had before, listening for something. With me. 4.2. The knocking that wasn't his. The first knock came from directly above me, a low, solid thump, like someone had struck old wood with the side of their fist. It wasn't the sharp tap of knuckles. It was fuller, deeper, with a faint echo riding the tail of it, as if it had traveled through a hollow space before reaching my ears. Tap. The static hissed around it like a held breath. I sat there frozen on the edge of my bed, bare feet on the carpet, fingers curled into the blanket. For a second, my brain tried to fit the sound into something normal. Pipes, maybe, or the neighbor slamming a cabinet. But the timing was too precise. The sound was exactly where my ceiling met the wall that backed onto the hallway. The second knock came 2 seconds later. Tap. Same pitch. Same depth. The sort of note old stairs make when someone puts their weight on one step, then the next. Only there were no stairs there anymore. Just my wall, my ceiling, and whatever lay between them and the boxed-off shaft I now pictured behind the drywall upstairs. My mouth had gone dry. I realized I was holding my breath, lungs burning. The third knock landed a moment after that, completing the pattern I already knew too well from the camera audio. Tap. 3 evenly spaced hits, not loud enough to shake the house, but strong enough that I could feel a faint vibration in my mattress frame, as if the sound had come down a beam. Except this time, I could hear something else crouched under the knocks, a faint, softer contact, out of sync with them. Almost like someone on my side of the wall was moving, adjusting, and something on the other side was answering. My body moved before my brain caught up. I stood up, every nerve in me jangling, and crossed the room in 3 quick steps. The static sound stayed with me, not getting louder or softer, just clinging to the air like fog. When I wrapped my fingers around the doorknob, it felt colder than it should have, metal leaching warmth from my skin. I eased the door open. The hallway looked exactly wrong. The bathroom nightlight cast its familiar pale wedge across the floor, blue-white on the beige paint. The cheap sconce at the far end of the hall was off, so the last few feet before the dead-end wall were in shadow. The smoke detector above it caught the bluish light just enough to throw a distorted circle shadow on the ceiling, that looked, in that moment, like a second, darker hole. For a long, tight second, I did not see anything else. The house around me was unnaturally still. No furnace breath, no fridge hum. The storm outside sounded far away, like someone had moved it a few blocks over. The static in the air seemed louder out here, filling the narrow space, turning the silence into something textured. I was half convinced the hallway would be empty, that the knocks had come from inside my own head, that I would stand there and feel foolish and grateful all at once. Then my eyes adjusted that last fraction, and I saw him. Mason was at the end of the hall, exactly where I knew he would be. The sight hit me first as a shape, a small vertical smudge against the darker square of the wall. Then the details edged in, slow and awful. He was pressed almost completely flush to the drywall. Not just his forehead this time, his entire front. His pajama shirt, the old gray one with the faded dinosaur print, was plastered against the paint, as if the wall itself were magnetic. Both arms were raised high above his head, elbows bent, fingers curved as if gripping something invisible on either side of him. From where I stood, it looked exactly like he was holding onto a railing that was no longer there. His bare feet were tipped forward, weight on the very edges of his toes. I could see the tendons in his ankles standing out, his calves quivering with the effort of keeping himself up. His heels were almost, but not quite, off the floorboards. His whole body was drawn tight, stretched along an angle that did not belong in a sleeping child. He looked like a wire pulled too tight. "Mason," I whispered. His head was turned just enough that I could see the side of his face. His cheek was pressed flat to the paint, nose buried in that slightly smoother patch at his height. His eyes were open. They weren't rolled back or glassy. They were fixed on something I could not see, slightly upward, as if his gaze was tracking lines extending above the wall. The muscles in his jaw worked, mouth moving very slightly, his lips forming shapes I could not hear from where I stood. The static hissed, filling the gap where his words should have been. Tap. The next knock came while I watched him, and this time I knew for sure it was not his. The sound did not line up with his body at all. It came from somewhere lower than his hands, deeper than his chest. It seemed to travel upward through the wall, resonating along the studs, like something heavy had moved one step closer on a staircase buried behind plaster. Mason's fingers tightened against the air when it hit, just for a second, as if he were bracing. I stepped into the hallway, my own feet whispering over the runner. The smoke detector's shadow shifted above me, elongating with my movement, and for a heartbeat it looked like a round, open mouth on the ceiling. "Mason," I said again, louder this time. "Stop. You're scaring me." My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the static. It didn't echo. It didn't feel like it belonged in this corridor. It was an intruder noise, pushed in among the others. He did not flinch. As I came closer, the faint movement of his mouth resolved into something more distinct. He was whispering numbers under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. The count was slow, dragged out like he was matching it to steps. The rhythm did not match the knocks, though. His numbers fell in the spaces between them, like he was trying to reassure something, or himself, that he knew where everything was. Behind his whisper, the knocks went on. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap. Each one the same pitch, the same density. They had the sound of knuckles on old wood, yes, but not little ones. This was heavier, fuller. The noise you hear in older homes when an adult goes down a back stairwell, careful, deliberate, the boards complaining softly under their weight. Except inside my walls, those boards were supposed to be gone. My heart hammered against my ribs in a way that made it hard to breathe evenly. I closed the last few feet between us, the floor cold under my toes where the runner ended and bare wood began. Up close, the air around him felt different. The static was louder here, like standing too close to a working speaker on low volume. "Mason," I said, right behind him now. My voice shook. "Honey, you need to stop. Right now. You're scaring me." He did not stop counting. 8, 9, 10. His breath came in shallow pulls. I could see the fine tremor in his arms from holding them up so long. The wall in front of him looked utterly ordinary. Beige paint. That faint, dull oval under his cheek. A hairline crack tracing down from the corner of the sconce above. Something I had never noticed before. The knocking shifted. The next 3 taps came not from directly behind his head, but slightly below and to the right, as if whoever or whatever was making them had moved down one imaginary riser. The sound was closer to my ear now, closer to the level of my chest. He did not turn his head, did not look at me. He just pressed harder, fingertips curling, the fabric of his pajama shirt pulling taut across his back. Something in me snapped past fear into a colder, more focused place. I reached out and laid my hand flat against the center of his back. The chill cut through me like stepping barefoot onto ice. His pajama top felt damp and shockingly cold. Not the mild cool of night air on cotton, but the kind of cold you get when you come in from shoveling snow and press your clothes against bare skin. It made my fingers ache immediately, the bones in them twinging. He had not been outside. The house was heated. The air around us was not that cold. But whatever he was pressed up against on the other side of that wall, whatever he was aligning himself with in his sleep, had leached the warmth right out of him. "Mason," I said again, my palm digging into his spine now, my other hand coming up to grab his shoulder. "That's enough. You need to come away from there." The static swelled in my ears, and for a split second, just before I pulled, the knocks stopped. 4-3, pulling him off the stairs. That weren't there for a few impossible seconds. Nothing moved. My hand pressed into the middle of his back, fingers spread, feeling the sharp line of his spine through the thin cotton. The wall did not feel like drywall under my palm. It felt heavier, denser, like something solid was braced on the other side. "Mason," I said, teeth clenched. "Come on, we're done." I pulled, or tried to. His body did not shift even a fraction. His shoulders stayed locked, his arms held high, fingers hooked around nothing at all. Every bit of pressure I put into dragging him backward met a resistance that did not make sense. Not the slack, weightless resistance of a sleeping child, but something equal and opposite. It felt like someone on the other side of the wall had their hands wrapped around him, pulling in the opposite direction. For a heartbeat, I had the absurd image of a tug of war with no rope, just my son anchored in between. The static in the air rasped louder, buzzing in my teeth. My own breath came in short bursts. I dug my bare heels into the floorboards, the grain biting my skin, and pulled harder. His back was so cold under my palm, it hurt. It made my hand feel clumsy, numb. "Mason!" I snapped, voice cracking. "Let go." He whispered something then, just low enough that I almost missed it. His lips were still moving against the paint, but I heard one phrase slip out between his teeth. "Almost at the top," he breathed. "No," I said, panic spiking sharp and hot. "You're at the top. There is no down. There's nothing there." I wrapped my other arm around his chest, hooking my forearm under his ribs the way I would lift a patient from a bed. My shoulder pressed between his shoulder blades, my cheek grazing the side of his head. The wall was inches from my face now. Up close, I could see a faint line in the paint I had never noticed, like the ghost of a seam. For a split second, as my forehead almost brushed the wall, I felt a sensation I could not explain, a shallow drop in my stomach, the feeling you get when an elevator starts to descend. I yanked. This time, something gave. Not gradually, not smoothly. There was no slow ease of muscles releasing, no sleepwalker gently turning. It was like pulling a magnet off a refrigerator. A sudden, rubbery snap as whatever held him lost its grip all at once. The moment his body tore away from the wall, everything else crashed back in. The furnace roared to life below us with its familiar hollow boom, rushing air back into the vents like a shout. The fridge in the kitchen kicked on with a vibrating sigh, the compressor rattling the dishes in the cupboards. Outside, a truck thundered down the wet street, tires hissing, a distant horn blaring as it hit a light. The static vanished, swallowed whole by the returning noise. At the same instant, Mason screamed. It was not the half-hearted yelp of a kid dragged out of a nightmare or startled awake by a thunderclap. It was a full, raw scream, ripped up from somewhere deep in his chest, high and sharp enough that it seemed to slice the air in the hallway. My knees nearly buckled. I spun him around, pinning him against me, hands on his shoulders. His eyes were wide and wild, pupils blown so big his irises looked almost black. For a second, he did not seem to see me at all. His gaze darted past my head, down the hall, over my shoulder, like he was checking a dozen points at once. "Mason!" I yelled back, my own voice shaking. Hey, look at me. You're okay." He inhaled in a ragged, hitching gasp and grabbed fistfuls of my t-shirt, fingers digging into my collarbone hard enough to bruise. His whole body shook. I could feel his heart hammering against my chest like a trapped animal. "I almost fell," he choked out. "I almost fell. I was going to fall." My lungs seized. "Fall where?" I demanded, a little harder than I meant to. "There's nowhere to fall, baby. There's no stairs." He jerked his head toward the wall, eyes still slick with tears. "Right there," he said, voice cracking. "Right there." We both looked. All I saw was what I had always seen. Beige paint, the cheap sconce above, the faint, dull oval at his forehead height, the slight shadow at the base of the wall where the runner stopped. No door, no opening, no steps inset into the angle of two walls. He blinked, once, twice, and in that moment his expression changed. Some of the wildness drained out of his gaze, replaced by confusion, then dawning horror of a different kind. His grip on my shirt loosened. "It was there," he whispered. "It was just..." He stopped, his brow furrowed. He took a tiny step back, still holding onto my arms. "It was there a second ago," he said, less sure now. I could see... down." The words trailed off like the memory he was reaching for had been yanked away mid-sentence. "What did you see?" I pressed, even though every part of me wanted him not to answer. "Down where?" He squeezed his eyes shut like that might help him pull it back. "Steps," he said after a moment. "Like at church. Narrow. Wood. I was on the top one, and I wasn't supposed to look back, but I did." He opened his eyes again, and they were wet, terrified in a way that had nothing to do with monsters under the bed. "There was something waiting at the bottom," he whispered. My mouth went numb. "What kind of something?" I asked, my voice hardly more than air. He shook his head quickly, like the question hurt. I don't know. I couldn't see it. It was too low, like the lights were off down there. But I knew if I fell, I wouldn't stop. I'd just keep going. It was mad. I turned around. His breathing hitched. His grip on me tightened again. The furnace hummed steadily under our feet, doing its job like nothing in the world had changed. "Hey," I said, fighting to keep my tone steady. "You're not on any stairs. You're in our hallway. There's a wall here. Feel it." I guided one of his hands back toward the paint, keeping my body between him and it. He hesitated, fingers flexing, then touched the surface lightly with his fingertips. The contact made him flinch, as if he expected it to give way. "It's solid," I said. "See? You can't fall. There's nowhere to go." "It was there," he insisted, but his voice had lost some of its certainty. I was holding the rail. I could feel the edge. If you didn't pull me, His words tangled up. His shoulders slumped. I pulled his hand back to his side and steered him gently toward his room. He stumbled, suddenly heavy, like all the energy he'd been holding in that rigid pose had evaporated. By the time we crossed the threshold, the scream that had torn out of him felt like something that had happened in another house. I sat him on the edge of his bed. His lower lip quivered. The adrenaline in his system was crashing, leaving him pale and shaky. "You're okay," I said. "You're safe. You're here with me." He nodded mechanically, tears still standing in his eyes. "What do you remember?" I asked, softer now. "Start from when you left your bed." He frowned. "I woke up on the stairs," he said, but he sounded less certain even as he said it. "Did I wake up? You were yelling. I almost fell." "Before I yelled," I said, "do you remember leaving your room?" He shook his head. "No, I was just there." His gaze drifted past me to his poster on the wall, then back. "I'm tired," he whispered. "My head hurts." I got some water. He drank 2 big gulps, then sagged sideways onto the pillow without any prompting. By the time I pulled the blanket over him, his eyelids were already fluttering. The human brain can only hold on to so much panic. His had reached its limit. As I watched, his features smoothed out. The raw fear drained away, leaving the usual sleep-slack calm. If I had walked in fresh at that moment, I would have thought it was any other night. "What were you dreaming about?" I murmured, not really expecting an answer. "Don't remember," he mumbled, already halfway gone. "Just stairs." Within a few minutes, his breathing had settled into an even rhythm. Whatever vivid, horrifying image he'd had of looking down into darkness, of something waiting at the bottom, was already slipping, eroding the way kids' nightmares do when daylight is allowed to touch them. Except it was not daylight. It was 2:43 a.m., the house humming like nothing had ever interrupted it. I stood in the doorway and watched him for a long time, my hand on the frame, feeling the slight vibration of the furnace in the wood. I did not want to walk back down the hall. I did not want to put my back to that wall. Eventually, though, I did. The next morning, after I got Mason off to school with an extra hyped, normal voice and too many reassurances I pretended were for him and not me, I went back upstairs with a cup of coffee and the kind of resolve that only comes when the sun is up and you can pretend you were being dramatic. The hallway looked smaller in daylight. The sconce above the end wall was off, the plastic shade slightly yellowed. The baseboard had a nick in it I had never seen, probably from moving furniture in. I stood where Mason had stood, 8 steps from his door, and faced the wall. The familiar dull oval from his forehead was there, of course. A smooth patch at his height, where the paint caught the light differently. I had gotten used to that. It was part of the landscape now. What I had not noticed before were the marks below it. At about the height of my chest, spaced a few inches apart, the paint bore 3 faint, shallow depressions. Not chips or scratches, little compressions, as if something had pressed into it again and again over years, just enough to change the way it reflected light. I ran my fingers over them. They lined up almost perfectly with where an adult's knuckles would land if they knocked from this side. Except the sound I'd heard had not come from this side, and the height was wrong for Mason. Even on his tiptoes, even with his arms raised, his hands wouldn't reach that exact line. The edges of the depressions were soft, blended. They were not new. They had been there long before we moved in, worked into the wall the way grooves get worn into a banister by countless hands. I stepped back, my coffee cooling fast in my grip, and stared at those 3 ghostly dents. 3 marks at adult height, 3 knocks in the audio, 3 taps in the ceiling above my bed before the house held its breath and tried to pull my son through a staircase that, on paper, had not existed for years. None of it added up. But the wall, smooth and solid under my fingertips, did not care how the numbers came out. 5.1. Sleep deprivation and ghost floors. After the night I pulled Mason off the wall, sleep stopped being something I got and became something that ambushed me. I would lie down and my body would be tired enough to ache. But the second I closed my eyes, my head filled with images of him at the end of the hallway. Arms stretched up, toes straining. The sensation of that impossible resistance when I tried to pull him away. Even when I did drift off, it was shallow, like napping on a bus. Every sound yanked me back, the furnace kicking on, a truck downshifting on Morse, the ice maker grumbling in the freezer. Each little noise came with a new question. Was that just the house? Or was something else moving? Mason changed too. He did not talk about the stairs again, not in detail. If I tried to bring it up, he would shrug, frown, and say, "I don't remember. It was just a dream." The conviction he'd had in the hallway, it was there a second ago, seemed to have been scrubbed from his mind overnight. But his behavior shifted in ways he probably did not notice himself. He started avoiding the hallway if the bathroom light was off. He would stand at the bottom of the stairs and yell, "Mom, can you turn it on?" Refusing to come up until he saw that pale rectangle of light at the top. When I told him to grab something from his room, he would sprint down the hall and back like he could outrun the space. "Can we leave the bathroom light on all night?" he asked one evening, trying to sound casual, spoon scraping around his bowl of mac and cheese. "We always do," I said. "No," he muttered. "Sometimes it goes off. I want it to stay on." The switch itself was fine. I checked it, twice. But I started leaving it on even brighter, the door propped wider, as if a wider angle of light might hit whatever was waiting. At work, the lack of real sleep started to show. Night shift makes everyone a little frayed around the edges, but there's a difference between tired and wired. I hovered in that second category, running on coffee and anxiety, nerves buzzing like they were plugged into something. The hospital at night is its own kind of haunting. Lights dimmed in some corridors, others bright as day. The smell of disinfectant and plastic and stale coffee. The constant underlying hiss of oxygen. The distant beep, beep, beep of monitors. The overhead code blue room 418 that makes everyone's spine straighten. On this particular night, The place felt heavier than usual. Respiratory was slammed. The weather had driven half the city's fragile lungs into crisis. COPD exacerbations, flu, pneumonia. We had 3 patients on BiPAP, 1 on a ventilator we were trying to wean, and 2 more who looked like they might be heading that way. The hallway outside the ICU smelled like bleach and old sweat, with a top note of burnt coffee from the pot someone had left too long. I moved from room to room like a ghost in teal scrubs. Check the mask seal, check the tubing, glance at the waveform, listen to the chest with my stethoscope, that familiar hollow drum and hiss. Adjust settings, charted on the computer in the hall, while the monitor next to me kept up its steady, looping alarm tone. Saturation low, heart rate high, pressure borderline. By 2:45 a.m., my eyes felt like sandpaper. I had already had 2 cups of coffee from the break room pot. Burnt, bitter, clinging to the back of my throat. The caffeine had hit my system like a slap that did not quite land, leaving me jittery but not fully awake. My hands were steady when they needed to be, but the edges of my vision blurred if I stared at a screen too long. "Take your 15, the charge nurse said, nudging me with her elbow as she passed. "You're starting to look like the patients." "I've looked worse," I muttered, but I checked my watch anyway. 3:02 a.m. Instead of going straight to the lounge, I cut through the stairwell. It was the fast way from the ICU on 4 up to the break room on 5. A concrete escape route most visitors never saw. We all used it to dodge families and lost med students. It smelled like dust, and faintly like the rain-soaked coats that got dragged through it during visiting hours. The door closed behind me with a heavy, hollow thunk that echoed up and down the shaft. The fluorescent fixtures overhead hummed, one of them flickering just enough to paint a faint strobe on the railing. The concrete steps dropped away below me, spiraling down into shadow toward the lower floors, and rose above me to the next landing. For a moment, I just stood there and breathed, letting the relative quiet soak in. Even with the hum of the lights, the stairwell felt almost peaceful compared to the layered chaos of the ICU. No monitor alarms, no call lights, no intercom. Just me, the stairs, and the sound of my own pulse in my ears. I started up, one hand grazing the railing, my sneakers squeaking softly on the painted concrete. There was a little sign at each landing, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, as if the stairs needed labels to remind them what they connected. Halfway between 4 and 5, I stopped. I do not know why. It wasn't anything dramatic. My foot just hesitated, hovering above the next step instead of landing. The hair on the back of my neck lifted, and I listened. For a second, I heard nothing but the hum of the lights and the faint mechanical heartbeat of the hospital through the walls. Then, tap! The sound came from below, somewhere on the stairs I had just climbed. Not right under me, but a flight or 2 down. A soft, distinct knock on concrete or metal. Not loud enough to be a dropped object, too sharp to be my imagination. Tap. 2 seconds later, another, same pitch, same distance. The stairwell swallowed sound in a weird way. It echoed, but it also seemed to muffle. The knocks bounced around the space, but they still had direction. Tap. The third hit completed the pattern. 3 evenly spaced knocks, rising up to meet me from a place just out of sight. My hand tightened on the rail until my knuckles ached. I turned my head, heart climbing into my throat, and looked down the central well. The flights of stairs stacked beneath me in neat switchbacks, gray concrete, metal railings, the occasional scuff of a shoe mark. The fluorescent fixtures marched down the wall, humming faintly. There was no one there. No shoes on the steps, no shadow moving between floors, no door closing quietly below. All the doors to the other levels were shut tight, their crash bars still. I told myself it was nothing. An old pipe contracting, someone in the basement dropping a mop handle, the building shifting under the strain of winter. I was still telling myself that when the pattern repeated. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap. Exactly the same rhythm I had memorized without wanting to. The same tempo as the knocks behind my bedroom ceiling. The same spacing as the taps that had vibrated through my hallway wall at home. This time, there was something else threaded underneath. The faintest whisper of air movement, like a breath drawn through a small opening. I listened harder, standing there between floors, alone. "Hello?" I called down, hating myself a little for doing it. My voice bounced off the concrete and came back up slightly distorted, layering over itself. No answer, no footsteps. Just that too familiar knocking, the stairwell accepting it without protest, as if it had always been part of its acoustics. Tap. I looked up toward the 5th floor landing. For a heartbeat, an absurd, unreasonable thought hit me. It followed me here. The rhythm, the silence. Whatever lived in that dead space behind my hallway wall had found another set of steps to pace. I checked my watch. 3:08 a.m. At home, if it were a different night, this would have been right in Mason's window. 2:13 to 2:18, 2:40 to 2:44. Somewhere in that ugly half hour, my kid tended to drift to the end of the hall. I had been tracking it long enough to know the patterns. Tonight, I had not checked the camera. I had not wanted to be the mom watching her son through a screen at work instead of through a doorway at home. Now, standing in a hospital stairwell, listening to 3 slow knocks rise up from an empty flight below me, I felt my phone in my pocket like it was burning a hole. "Stop it," I whispered, to the building, to the idea, to myself. I forced my foot down onto the next step, the rubber sole squeaking against the paint. The knock pattern did not repeat. The hum of the lights settled back into its usual annoying buzz. Somewhere above, a door opened with a distant clang and closed again, letting in a brief wash of voices before it sealed shut. I climbed the rest of the way to 5, heart still beating too fast, and pushed into the hallway outside the break room. The smell of burnt coffee and microwaved soup hit me like a wall. A TV chattered softly from the lounge, a late-night talk show audience laughing at something I had not heard. The normalcy of it felt almost aggressive. I went straight for the pot, poured myself another half cup, and tried to tell myself that what I'd heard on the stairs was just in my head. Pattern-seeking, courtesy of a brain that had not slept right in weeks. But as the hot, bitter coffee hit my tongue, I could still feel the echo of those knocks in my bones, like they had come up through the building's spine and into mine. The hospital was full of machines designed to measure things: oxygen levels, heart rates, blood pressure, respiratory effort. Numbers you could chart, trends you could follow. If something went wrong, you could see it. There was nothing here that would tell me why the timing of 3 soft taps on an old concrete stairwell felt exactly like home. 5.2. Timelines that match. I tried to let the first stairwell incident go. Hospitals are loud, old, and full of bad acoustics. Things creak, pipes expand and contract. People on lower floors slam doors. I told myself that the knocks I'd heard between 4 and 5 were just the building flexing, and my fried night shift brain had pasted my own hallway onto it. Too much overlap, I muttered to myself in the car on the drive home that morning, windshield wipers dragging at half speed over frozen drizzle. Same kind of stairs, same kind of hour. Of course your brain's going to go there. By the time I pulled onto our street, the rational explanation felt like something I could almost hold. The house, of course, did not cooperate. Over the next week, the pattern followed me. It did not happen every night, and it never happened when I was with someone else. Always in the in-between moments, when I was alone and moving from one place to another, not quite fully anchored. I heard it in the corridor outside the supply closet on the 3rd floor. 3 soft knocks, fading up through the wall just as I passed the little red exit sign. I froze, hand on the cart handle, listening. No one came through the door. No one moved behind it. Just the hum of the ice machine and the distant, wet cough of a patient 2 rooms down. Another night, it came from behind me while I was restocking the nebulizer meds in the RT cubby, tucked into a corner near a stairwell no one used after visiting hours. The supply room was lit by a single buzzing fluorescent tube and smelled like plastic and disinfectant. I had one hand in a drawer full of mask straps when the first tap sounded from the wall at my back. Tap. It was followed by 2 more, each spaced just long enough apart for my stomach to drop between them. Tap. Tap. I turned so fast I nearly knocked the drawer off its tracks. There was nothing there but a beige wall and a cheap metal fire door with a crash bar. The green exit sign above it hummed faintly. The knocks did not repeat. Building settling, I told myself again. Same pitch, same rhythm, sure, but that's just you. You're pattern hunting. After the 3rd time, I stopped believing myself. The 3rd time was in the ICU hallway itself, of all places. It was a thin stretch of corridor outside the glass-fronted rooms, the kind where your reflection follows you in the glass while monitors beep at your shoulder. I was alone for once. The nurses all inside patients' rooms, the usual chaos muffled. I was checking the settings on a vent outside room 412, eyes on the screen, fingers on the dials, when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. This time the sound came from directly behind me, from the opposite wall. It was so close it made the hair lift at the back of my neck. I spun around, heart tripping. The opposite wall was lined with supply cabinets, their metal doors closed and latched, labels peeling. The little recessed alcove where the crash cart parked was empty. We'd moved it down the hall earlier for a code. The exit door to the stairwell at the far end of the corridor was shut, its red sign glowing faintly above it. The knocks had the same weight, the same 3-count rhythm I could have diagrammed by now. They did not sound like someone knocking to be let in. They sounded like someone moving along a vertical surface, step, step, step. Except the floor under my feet did not vibrate, and the wall in front of me did not show so much as a ripple. My focus snapped to the time. I glanced up at the digital wall clock above the nurse's station. The red numbers glowed 2:17 a.m. The exact middle of the window I'd mapped on that sheet of paper at home months before. The same window the hallway camera logs liked to highlight. 2:13 to 2:18, over and over. The ghost of an appointment my son never remembered making. Later, when I finally took a break, I stopped pretending it was a coincidence. It was one of those nights where the unit had settled just enough to give everyone a second to breathe. No fresh codes, no new admissions, just the constant low-level crisis of chronic illness. The staff lounge on that floor was a narrow room with a vending machine, a microwave whose turntable squeaked, and a TV mounted in the corner, streaming some cooking show on mute. Someone had left a half-eaten bag of chips on the table, curled in on itself. I sank into one of the plastic chairs with a sigh that felt too big for my chest, and took my phone out. The urge I'd been fighting since the last knock was there waiting for me, sitting behind my eyes. Check the camera, see where he is. I told myself I was being ridiculous, I told myself I was being a good mom. The hallway app opened to the usual home screen, the little thumbnail of my upstairs landing in grayscale. I tapped Live View. The image popped up after a second spin. The camera had been angled slightly differently since the last time. I'd adjusted it so I could see a sliver of Mason's doorway along with the end of the hall. In the glowing black and white rectangles, his door was half open, the nightlight inside his room casting a soft wedge across the carpet. I could see a slice of his bed through the gap, the edge of the mattress, the pile of blankets, the back of his head. He was a small curve under the covers, face turned away from the hall. His chest rose and fell steadily. The hallway itself was empty. The end wall sat there, a flat gray tone, that faintly different oval invisible in the camera's low-res night mode. The cheap sconce above was off. The smoke detector looked like a pale disc against the ceiling. I listened. Through the phone speaker, I could hear the familiar hum of the house. The low, throaty drone of the furnace, the fridge rattling down in the kitchen, the faint, distant rush of a car passing on wet pavement. No static overlay this time. No knocks. No creaks. 2:15 a.m., the timestamp read along the bottom. I watched for another full minute, eyes flicking between the bed, the doorway, the wall. Nothing moved. Mason's breathing stayed steady. The camera did not log any motion events. Just another quiet night in a quiet hallway, according to the pixels. "You see?" I said out loud, half to myself, half to whatever part of my brain was stuck in horror move mode. "He's fine. You're the one creeping yourself out." I closed the app. My 15 minutes were almost up. I stood, legs stiff, and tossed my empty coffee cup into the trash. The TV flickered silently, a pair of hands chopping vegetables in fast motion. I smoothed the front of my scrub top, like I was wiping off the unease, and headed back out into the corridor. The hospital corridor outside the lounge was mostly empty, just the steady glow of fluorescent lights and a couple of posters about hand washing tacked to the walls. My sneakers squeaked softly on the waxed floor. Somewhere down the hall, a cart rattled, a nurse laughing at something I couldn't see. My route back to the ICU took me past another exit. The door was one of those heavy fire doors with a wired glass window and a glowing red exit sign above it. Beside it, the usual diagram was posted. Little stick figures running down a stylized staircase, arrows showing evacuation routes. The kind of sign you stop seeing after the first 100 times you pass it. As I walked by, my hand brushed the crash bar out of habit. The metal under my fingers felt cooler than the air, a tiny drop in temperature that made my skin prickle. Tap. The knock came from the other side of the door, closed this time, close enough that I felt, rather than heard, a faint vibration in the bar I was touching. It was followed, as always, by two more. Tap. Tap. I froze, palm flat against the exit bar, heart shoving itself up into my throat. The rhythm was perfect. The spacing was the same as at home. The tone had that same old wood density, even though the stairs beyond this door were poured concrete and metal. I told myself not to do it. Then, of course, I did. I pushed the bar. The door opened into another stairwell almost identical to the last. Gray concrete steps switching back between floors, cinder block walls, handrails bolted on at regular intervals. The air had that faint coolness stairwells always seem to have, as if they are out of sync with the rest of the building's climate control. It smelled like dust, concrete, and the ghost of someone's cologne. The green exit signs on the landings glowed steadily, their plastic covers buzzing faintly. Far below, I could hear the distant thrum of mechanical systems. the hospital's heart and lungs doing their thing. There was no one on the stairs, no footsteps retreating, no doors swinging closed above or below, no shadows pulling back out of sight at the edge of my vision. Just a shaft of empty space and the echo of my own breath bouncing back up at me. "Hello?" I called, because apparently I have no survival instinct. My voice spiraled down and up, thinner with each bounce. Nothing answered. The memory of the knocks still hung in the air like smoke. 3 beats, rising through the concrete. The exact pattern I'd heard in my own walls. The exact pattern that had made my son's body lean into a wall that should not have been able to hold him. My hand tightened on the crash bar, the metal now slick under my palm. I backed out of the stairwell and let the door close, the heavy latch catching with a solid clunk. When I glanced at the nearest wall clock on my way back to the ICU, it read 2:18 a.m. That was the first thing I checked when I got home. Mason was in the kitchen, hair sticking up, pajamas rumpled, working his way through a bowl of cereal at the table. He looked better rested than I felt. "Hey, Bug," I said, dropping my keys in the bowl by the door. "Hey," he mumbled around a mouthful of Cheerios. "How'd you sleep?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Good," he said immediately. "I had a good dream. Dad and I were at the zoo. I saw the wolf. He was sleeping too." "No weird hallway dreams?" I pressed. He shrugged. "I don't think so. I don't remember. I just remember the wolf." He looked genuinely unconcerned. No dark circles, no hesitant glances up the stairs. If anything, he seemed lighter than he'd been in weeks. After I'd gotten him off to school, I went straight to the app. I curled up at the kitchen table with my phone and a cup of coffee, heart pounding a little harder than caffeine alone could explain. The morning light through the sliding glass door turned the screen into a mirror for a second, my own tired face floating over the hallway thumbnail. I tilted it until the glare slid away and tapped into the event log. The list of motion clips scrolled down the screen. 11:07 p.m., me checking on him. 12:32 a.m., him stumbling to the bathroom and back half asleep. 1:03 a.m., nothing but a shadow moving when a car passed outside. Between 2:10 and 2:25 a.m., there was a gap. No motion detected, no little gray thumbnails, just a 1-minute entry marked differently than the others. 2:17:02 a.m., 2:18:01 a.m., no data. I tapped it. A bland error message popped up. Clip unavailable, camera connection may have been interrupted. The app offered a couple of suggestions below it. Check your Wi-Fi, move your camera closer to your router, restart the device. The thing was, the camera had recorded before and after that blank minute just fine, and there had been no alerts from my router, no outages. Every other smart thing in my house, thermostat, phone, even the stupid voice assistant speaker on the counter, had worked through the night. The only device that had gone blind for 60 clean seconds was the one staring straight at the spot where a staircase used to open into my hallway. At the exact same moment, 3 knocks had come up through a concrete stairwell miles away and stopped me dead by a hospital exit. Outside the kitchen window, a salt truck thundered past on the wet street, scattering spray. The house hummed around me, furnace and fridge doing their ordinary duet. My son's empty cereal bowl sat in the sink, little loops still clinging to the sides. On my phone, that 1-minute void sat between 2 perfectly normal clips, a blank little window in time where the house, according to the app, had simply ceased to exist on camera. The knocks I'd heard in the hospital stairwell had been real enough to vibrate through a metal bar, real enough to sync with the rhythm in my bones. Whatever had made them had picked the one moment my house wasn't watching back. 5-3 drawings and denial. At some point, I started wondering if the common denominator in all of this was not the house, or the stairs, or even Mason. It was me. I am not saying that lightly. I work around people whose lungs give out, whose hearts misfire, whose brains misinterpret their own bodies. I watch monitors all night. I know what happens when a system gets overloaded. It glitches. It throws up patterns where there are none. It turns normal noise into alarms. After the stairwell knocks at the hospital and the blank minute in the camera log, there was a day where that thought settled in my head like something heavy. Maybe this is my brain. Maybe this is what happens when you stack divorce and night shift and an old house and a scared kid and too much caffeine on top of each other. Maybe I was hallucinating patterns because I needed the fear to go somewhere. So I tried an experiment. For a few days, I pretended the hallway did not exist. Not literally, I still walked down it, still did the laundry and the bedtime routines. But mentally, I refused to feed it. I stopped looking at the end wall every time I went past. Stopped letting my eyes snag on that dull oval in the paint. Stopped checking the camera log the second I woke up or walked into the break room. I told myself I would give it 3 nights. 3 nights of not opening the app, not listening for knocks, not counting the seconds when the furnace cycled off. If nothing happened, maybe my brain would unclench. I focused hard on routine. After school, Mason and I made grilled cheese and tomato soup, the cheap kind from a can that he loves. We did homework at the kitchen table, pencils tapping, the hum of the fridge a steady background. I made myself notice normal sounds, the turn signal clicking in the car, the ice dropping in the freezer, the neighbor's dog barking at nothing. At work, I kept my head down. I let the stairwells be stairwells. I took the elevator more, telling myself that choosing fluorescent-lit boxes full of strangers over concrete steps was about my knees and not the memory of knocks. The first night of the experiment, the hallway app lit up my phone with 3 notifications between 2 and 3 a.m., each labeled motion detected. I saw them in the morning and deliberately swiped them away without opening. My thumb hovered for a second, then moved on. Nothing terrible happened. The second night, there was only 1 notification. Around 1:30 a.m., I didn't open that either. When I checked on Mason in the morning, he was groggy but not wrecked, rubbing his eyes and asking what day it was like a normal kid. "How'd you sleep?" I asked. "Fine," he said. "I had a dream about the zoo again. The wolf was awake this time." The third night, no notifications came at all. The app sat quiet. The house cycled through its usual noises. At work, the stairwells stayed just stairwells, full of echoes and dust and the occasional candy wrapper. I walked through them without stopping, eyes on the door ahead. By the end of that stretch, I almost managed to convince myself I had been feeding something with my attention. That maybe the knocks, the static, the way my son's body turned into an antenna for some long-gone staircase, all of it had been amplified by me. Then Mason brought home the drawings. It was a Thursday, the kind of afternoon where everything ran 10 minutes behind. I was unloading the dishwasher, still in my work shoes, the clink of plates filling the kitchen. Mason dumped his backpack onto the table in a wave of crumpled worksheets, snack wrappers, and 1 bright construction paper envelope. "Oh, we did this," he said, sifting through the pile. "Ms. Keller said we could bring them home." He pulled out a stack of paper, each sheet slightly smudged with crayon. At the top of the first one, in his teacher's neat print, it said, "Draw your favorite place in your house." I smiled before I even saw his. It seemed like a safe, normal assignment. If my life were a different kind of story, That little stack of drawings would just have cute scribbles of living rooms and backyards. "What did you pick?" I asked, reaching for the top page. "Mine's in there," he said, distracted, already digging for a permission slip about a field trip. The first few drawings in the stack were his classmates. Kids' houses, rendered in wobbly rectangles, bedrooms with big beds and posters on the wall, backyards with swing sets, a kitchen with a stove drawn as a box with 4 circles on top. One had a treehouse. Another had a big screen TV with a video game on it. All of them were places that made sense to love. Then I turned to his. I knew it was his immediately. His name was in the corner in that half-print, half-cursive way he wrote it when he was trying to be fancy. The lines were firmer than some of the others, more controlled. He had a better sense of proportion than I did at that age. He had drawn the hallway. The long, narrow corridor stretched across the page, receding into perspective. He had gotten the doors right, the way my bedroom and his faced each other, the bathroom between them on the left. The light fixture on the ceiling was a small oval with lines radiating out. The smoke detector was a little circle on the ceiling farther down. But he had changed one thing. At the end of the hall, where in reality there was just that flat expanse of wall, he had drawn an opening. It was not a door, exactly. It was more like a dark, uneven shape, a blackened arch or mouth, with the lines of the hallway converging into it. Instead of the baseboard running all the way across, he had erased a section, letting the floor planks drop off into shadow. It looked less like a wall and more like someone had taken a bite out of the end of the corridor. Along the right-hand wall, leading toward that darkness, were a series of small circles and ovals. At first I thought they were random scribbles, but the more I looked, the more they resolved into handprints. Not detailed ones, just suggestions, arcs for fingers, little smudged circles for palms. They trailed down the wall at different heights, as if someone, or a lot of someone's, had run their hands along the paint all the way to the end. Near the opening, at floor level, he had drawn a shape extending out of the dark. A hand. It was just a rough outline, but unmistakable. 5 fingers, slightly longer than a child's, reaching past the boundary of the shadow, as if feeling for the air beyond. My throat went tight. "Why would you pick the hallway?" I asked before I could stop myself. My voice came out thinner than I liked. He glanced up from the rest of the papers. "What?" "For your favorite place," I said, holding up the drawing. "Everyone else drew their room or the backyard. You picked the hallway." He blinked at the picture, as if he needed to remind himself what he had drawn. "Because that's where he stands," he said. The words landed like a drop of something cold between my shoulder blades. I set the drawing down carefully, like it might twitch. "Who?" I asked, working to keep my tone level. "Who stands there?" He looked at me like this was the dumbest question I'd ever asked. "The man," he said, with the backwards face. Every part of me wanted to stop right there, to laugh it off, to tell him that was a creepy thing to say, and we don't talk like that. And next time maybe draw the living room. Instead, I forced myself to ask, "What do you mean backwards?" He squinted a little, thinking. "Like, when he's turned toward the wall, his face is turned toward me," he said slowly. "The wrong way. Like his body and his head don't agree." The kitchen suddenly felt too bright. The hum of the refrigerator seemed too loud. The clink of the dishwasher, still cooling, ticked in the corner. "Have you seen him when you're awake?" I asked. Mason shrugged, shoulders hunching a little. "Not really," he said. "Just when I'm there, when I'm almost up." Almost up where? I pressed, even as my stomach clenched. He pointed vaguely upward with his pencil, toward the ceiling over the table, which in our layout meant the hallway. I swallowed. "Mason," I said carefully, "you know that when I pull you away in the hallway, it's just you there, right? I don't see anyone else." He frowned at me with a confusion that looked genuine. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I mean," I said, tasting the words, "I have never seen a man there, just you, standing by the wall." That seemed to genuinely surprise him. "But you always pull me away before he gets all the way up," he said. I thought it was 'cause you could see him too." The room felt suddenly smaller, like the walls had taken a step in. I picked the drawing back up, my fingers shaking just enough that the paper rustled. The hallway lines swam for a second, then settled. The dark opening at the end seemed to soak up light from the kitchen. "Can you draw him?" I asked. He made a face. "I tried," he said. "Ms. Keller said we had to just draw our favorite place, not people. I had to erase him and do the hand instead." He tapped the little reaching hand with his finger. "He comes up here," he added, tracing along the hallway toward our end of the page. "He knocks when he's almost at the top. You always come then." The words slid into place with everything else. The knocks, the camera glitches, the way his body had felt glued to the wall that night. I wanted to tell him it was just dreams, that he was sleepwalking, that his brain was stitching things together out of half-wakefulness and old house noises, that sometimes our minds create scary shapes to explain feelings we do not understand. I opened my mouth to say some softer version of that, to build a little wall between him and whatever his drawings were showing. What came out instead was, "If you see him again, you stay away from the wall. Do you understand me?" He rolled his eyes a little, the way 9-year-olds do when adults state the obvious. "I can't always help it," he said. "Sometimes I'm already there." He gathered the drawings back up, chatter shifting to something about recess and a kid who fell off the monkey bars. The moment slid away from him as easily as water off glass. It did not slide off me. Later, when he was in the other room and the house had settled into its late afternoon hum, I took his favorite place picture back out and stared at it again. The hallway stretched a little longer than reality. The mouth of darkness at the end where a wall should be. The line of smudged handprints. The single hand reaching out. Most of the other parents who saw this assignment probably smiled, put it on the fridge, and forgot about it. I tucked Mason's into the same drawer where I kept the floor plan printout and the old newspaper clipping about the child on the stairs. The stack inside was starting to look less like random scraps and more like a file, and every new page made it harder to pretend that the thing I should be doubting was my own eyes. 6.1. Renovation as an excuse. In the end, I told everyone I wanted more storage. That was the version that made sense in daylight. When you say things like resale value and linen closet instead of something is knocking back from a staircase that does not exist. You can't tell a contractor you are hiring him to cut into the place where your son's sleepwalking ends and your nightmares begin. So I talked about space. "The hallway's kind of a waste," I said one morning, standing at the top of the stairs with a tape measure in my hand. Mason was at school, the house was quiet, and the wall at the end of the hall loomed closer than it had any right to. I stretched the tape from my bedroom door to the dead-end wall, then from his door to the same. I wrote the numbers down on a sticky note as if they meant shelves and not whatever was actually behind there. When I bought the place, my realtor had called it a great starter home with potential. I had nodded, thinking about paint colors and replacing the laminate counters someday. Now, potential felt like a word with teeth. Still, the practical reasons were real. The house was old and chopped up in that mid-century way that never accounted for modern storage. Towels lived half in the bathroom cabinet, half in a plastic bin in my closet. The vacuum leaned at the bottom of the stairs like a perma-guest. I could sell this to myself as finally acting like a responsible homeowner. If I was going to cut into that wall, I needed someone else to do it. The thought of taking a sledgehammer to it myself made my hands sweat. I pictured hitting something that sounded wrong, the way the wall changed under my palm when Mason pressed into it. I needed a buffer, someone with a tool belt and a clipboard and zero knowledge of floor plans with ghost stairs. I called a local contractor recommended by a nurse at work. They redid my kitchen, no drama, no surprises, and left a message. 2 days later, a white pickup with a faded logo pulled into our shared lot, ladder rattling in the back. The lead guy's name was Kevin. Mid-40s, union cap, beard working toward gray. He had that contractor's walk, like he'd spent enough years on uneven surfaces that flat floors felt suspicious. He stepped into the house, knocked the snow off his boots, and did the standard, polite once-over. "Nice place," he said, which is what they always say, no matter what. "Old place," I corrected, forcing a smile. He laughed. "Those are the fun ones. Everything's a surprise." I led him upstairs. The hallway felt narrower with another adult in it, his tool bag bumping against his leg, tape measure clipped to his belt. He ran a hand along the wall as he passed, fingers brushing over the painted drywall like he was reading Braille. "So, what are you thinking?" he asked, coming to a stop at the dead end. "You mentioned maybe a built-in." "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding thin in the small space. "Like a shallow linen closet, or even just recessed shelves, something to make use of this space." He nodded, looking the wall up and down. "You got ductwork in here? Electrical?" "I don't think so," I said. "The plans the city has show this as just a wall." I did not mention the faint, lighter lines on the plan that said otherwise. He pulled his own tape measure free and extended it with a snap, checking the width, the height. Then he did the thing I had been both dreading and wanting someone else to do properly. He knocked. Kevin rapped his knuckles along the wall in a practiced rhythm, moving from one stud to the next. The sound changed slightly at each point, the way it's supposed to, solid over the studs, hollower in between. When he got to the middle section, just about where Mason's head usually landed, his hand paused. "Huh," he said. My heart stuttered. "What?" He knocked again, slower. The sound that came back was not the flat thud I'd expected. It had more air in it, a deeper, rounder tone, hollow in a way that suggested more than just 4 inches of drywall and studs. "You got some void back there," he said. More than I thought. "Void," I repeated, because the word stepped on something in my chest. "Could be just extra framing," he said. "These old townhomes, they did all kinds of weird stuff tying units together. Sometimes there's dead space where they changed their mind mid-build. Could be an old chase, could be nothing." He slid the tape measure along the baseboard, measuring the depth from the corner. "You know how far your kitchen goes under this?" he asked. "Not exactly," I said. "The cabinets are on the other side of that wall downstairs." He nodded thoughtfully. "You might have, I don't know, a foot or two of dead space behind this. Maybe more. Enough for a shallow closet, at least." He rapped higher up, around where the sconce was mounted. The glass rattled a little. "We'll have to see how this is wired," he said. "And your smoke detector, obviously. But from the sound of it, there's room." Room. hollow space, void. All words that meant, there is something behind here that is not just insulation. He stepped back, looking pleased in that way contractors do when they see an opportunity for a clean project. We might find critters, he added conversationally. Old insulation? Maybe some weird wallpaper? These old places got secrets. He said it like a joke, but the word sank its hook all the same. Is that common? I asked. Finding, things? Kevin shrugged. Sometimes you open a wall and there's nothing but dust, he said. Sometimes you get old newspapers stuffed in there, bottles, a little kid's toy. People used to treat voids like junk drawers. I pulled a stack of pin-up calendars out of a wall in Clintonville once. That was a fun conversation with the homeowner. I tried to smile. No bodies? I asked, aiming for lightness and almost getting there. He chuckled. Not on my jobs, he said. You hear stories, but 99% of the time it's boring. Mouse nests, bad wiring, old plaster. The real horror is usually what some DIYer did 20 years ago to fix something. He crouched to peer at the baseboard, running a finger along the seam. You own, right? He asked. Not renting? I own, I said, the mortgage flashing across my brain. Why? Easier, he said. If this was a rental, I'd be talking to your landlord about permits, what they want, what they don't want us to expose, since it's yours. He shrugged. You're the boss. We'll still pull the permit, obviously, and I'll have to make sure we're not compromising fire separation between units. But if you want this opened up, we can open it up. He stood, dusting his hands on his jeans. You want me to write up an estimate? Yes, I said too quickly. He smiled. You're ready, he said. Most people hem and haw for a while. You got something specific in mind? A closet, I said. Shelves, just no more mystery wall, he laughed. I hear that? While he took measurements and typed notes into his tablet, I leaned against my bedroom door frame and watched him. I thought about all the reasons I could hand him if anyone asked why I was doing this. Hallway too cramped. Need more storage. Want to update before the housing market dips. Respiratory therapist salary finally letting me fix things instead of just patch them. Underneath all of that, something smaller and more honest shifted. Part of me desperately wanted there to be nothing back there. I wanted the wall open to reveal studs, insulation, maybe an old soda can some bored worker left behind. I wanted Kevin to roll his eyes and tell me, see? Dead space. You were right to turn it into shelves. If that happened, I could tell myself that everything else, the knocks, the drawings, the way Mason said the man with the backwards face, had bloomed out of a normal kid's brain and a tired mom's nerves. The other part of me, the part that had heard a slow, heavy breath on an audio clip with no video, and had felt my son's body held against a flat surface by something stronger than sleep, was terrified we would find exactly what I thought we would. That the floor plan lines were not abstract. That there was, in fact, a staircase back there, or the scar of one. Timeline-wise, Kevin was saying, pulling me back, we can open a test section first, see what we're dealing with. If it's clean, we'll frame out your closet. If it's a mess, we'll talk options. You good with us starting, say, next Thursday morning? I thought about my schedule. I would be off that day, recovering from a run of 3 nights. Mason would be at school. The house would be theirs for hours. Next Thursday works, I said. He nodded, tapped a few more things into his tablet, and headed downstairs to talk about permits and deposits and access. I followed on autopilot, answering what I needed to answer, writing a check I tried not to look at too closely. After the truck pulled away and the ladder rattled off down the street, the house settled into its usual winter hum. I went back upstairs alone. The hallway seemed to hold its own breath as I stood there, hand on the wall, feeling the faint, familiar coolness under the paint. "You hear that?" I said under my breath, feeling ridiculous and not caring. "You've got about a week." The wall, of course, did not answer, but for the first time since we'd moved in, the idea that it would be forced to give one was not just a fear. It was a date on my calendar. 6.2, the hidden landing. The day they came to open the wall, the house sounded like it was bracing. Kevin and his crew showed up just after 8, tracking cold air and the smell of coffee into my kitchen. They carried in drop cloths, tool bags, a shop vac that looked more serious than anything I owned, and a portable work light that threw a harsh white glare wherever they pointed it. I had already sent Mason to his friend Eli's house 2 doors down under the pretense of too much dust. He had been disappointed to miss the demolition part. "You're getting a hole in the wall and I don't get to see it?" But the look in his eyes when he glanced up the stairs told me he was also a little relieved. "Text me if you need me," Eli's mom had said when I dropped him off. "And if they find a treasure chest, you gotta share." "Yeah," I'd said. "We'll see." Upstairs, Kevin spread plastic over the carpet, taping it along the baseboards of the hallway. The sound of the tape tearing, the slap of it against the wall, seemed too loud in the narrow space. He marked off a rectangle on the end wall with a pencil, about 3 feet wide, 4 feet tall, just below the sconce, just above the dull oval where Mason's forehead always landed. "We'll start here," he said. "See what we're working with. You sure you don't mind seeing behind the curtain?" He meant it as a joke. My laugh sounded wrong in my own ears. "If there are rats, just lie to me," I said. "Deal." He pulled a multi-tool from his belt, oscillating saw, he'd told me, and fitted a blade. When he flipped it on, the hallway filled with a sharp, high-pitched whine that vibrated in my teeth. The blade chewed into the drywall along his pencil lines, sending up a fine spray of white dust that settled on his arms and beard. Behind him, one of his guys, a younger guy named Miguel, held the shop vac hose close to the cut, the machine roaring as it sucked up most of the debris. The air still filled with that unmistakable smell of broken plaster and old paint, a chalky, almost sweet odor that made my nose itch. Every time the blade hit a screw or a denser patch, it sent a little shiver through the wall. I could feel it under my bare feet, even through the plastic. "Drywall only," Kevin shouted over the noise. "No brick, that's good." He finished the last cut and killed the tool. The sudden quiet made my ears ring. For a second, all I could hear was the shop vac and my own heartbeat. "All right," he said, bracing his gloved hands against the scored rectangle. Moment of truth. He pulled. The panel came away with a reluctant ripping sound, a few stubborn chunks of joint compound holding on until they snapped. As he lowered the sheet of drywall and handed it off to Miguel, a cloud of finer dust billowed out of the cavity, carrying with it a smell that had been trapped a long time. Old wood, cold, dry air, the faint hint of something musty, like forgotten closets and attics. Kevin stepped aside so I could see. There it was. The first thing I registered was wood. Not the bright yellowish framing lumber you see at Home Depot, but older boards, darkened with age, rough sawn. Directly behind where the drywall had been was a vertical post, then open space. Beyond that, a small landing. It was maybe 3 feet deep and as wide as the hallway itself, covered in planks worn smooth where feet had passed over them thousands of times. The wood was coated now in a thick layer of dust and plaster flakes, but you could still see the telltale arcs, slightly concave worn spots at the front edge of the boards, right where a person's weight would hit as they came up from below. On the far side of the landing, a short run of steps dropped away and then disappeared behind a crude barricade of boards nailed in at an angle. Someone, sometime, had taken thick planks and fastened them diagonally across the staircase, the way you might board up a window in a storm. The boards overlapped imperfectly, leaving slivers of darkness between them. Beyond that, it was impossible to see how far the stairs went down. "Holy shit," Miguel muttered under his breath. "There really is a staircase." Kevin let out a low whistle. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "You weren't kidding about this being closed up." My heart was doing that uneven thing again, a thud-skip-thud that made it hard to get a full breath. The landing sat exactly where my printout had said it would, exactly where my floor plan had ghosted in those faint little lines, exactly where my son always stopped. "You see this?" Kevin said, leaning in and tapping one of the worn spots with his gloved finger. The wood there was darker, polished by history. "That's years of people coming and going, heel marks. They didn't seal this up right away." He lifted his hand to the wall of the cavity, the one that backed onto our hallway. The unfinished studs and old lath latched the two worlds together, thin and unsteady. "Look at this," he said, softer now. Nailed to the wall directly opposite the opening, covering almost the entire height from the landing to about chest level, was a mirror. It was an old piece, the kind you see in antique shops and estate sales. The frame was thick wood, painted a color that might once have been white or cream, but had yellowed and cracked over time. Carved details ran along the edges, faded scrollwork, little rosettes half filled with dust. The mirror glass itself had aged. Dark spots bloomed at the edges where the silvering had corroded, and faint lines spidered across the surface, hair-thin scratches, like something had brushed against it again and again. It reflected the landing and the blocked stairs in a slightly distorted way, as if the glass had slumped over the decades. Even through the dust, I could see my own hallway behind me, ghosted faintly in the background of the reflection. "That's a weird place for a mirror," Kevin said, squinting, "right where the stairs would come up." "So you can see yourself arriving," Miguel suggested, half joking. "See who's coming and going?" "Maybe they didn't want to see themselves coming and going," the third guy, Tom, said from behind them, chuckling. Their voices came muffled through their masks, but the words still lodged under my skin. I stepped closer to the opening, ignoring the little voice in my head telling me to stay back. The air that spilled out from the cavity was several degrees cooler than the hallway behind me. It brushed my face like a draft from a cellar. The dust in the beam of Kevin's work light floated slowly, lazy particles turning over and over in the brightness. I could see more details now. The top tread of the staircase, just visible beyond the landing, had a darker stain at the center, slightly darker than the worn arcs. A spill, maybe, or water damage. The boards blocking the stairs were nailed haphazardly, some overlapping, some crooked, as if someone had been more concerned with stopping access quickly than making it neat. On the wall to the right of the mirror, faint but there, were narrow horizontal scratches at roughly the height of my shoulders. Not deep enough to be gouges, more like scuffs where something had repeatedly scraped by. "Is that safe?" I asked, nodding toward the blocked stairs. My voice felt thin in the dust-thick air. "I mean structurally." Kevin shrugged. "We'll brace it," he said. "Looks like they did a quick patch job when they sealed this off." Not totally up to today's code, but nothing's collapsing. We'll probably beef up the blocking if you're going to treat this as closet space. But this is... man, I haven't seen one like this in years. He shined the light down the gap between two of the diagonal boards. The beam disappeared into shadow after a few feet, swallowed by dust and distance. Goes down more than a few steps, he said. I'd bet it drops into what used to be a back landing by your kitchen. They probably boxed it from the bottom, too. I barely heard him. The mirror had me. It sat flush against the not-quite-finished wall, heavy and inexplicable. Who mounts a full-length mirror on a hidden landing and then boards the access up? Why not take it down first? Why leave it there, staring at a staircase no one was supposed to use? Can we take that out? I asked, nodding at it. Eventually, Kevin said. We'll have to. You don't want that thing floating around back there if we're reframing. But let me secure the opening first. Last thing I need is old glass coming down on anybody. He backed away, grabbing a 2x4 and some clamps from his bag. Miguel adjusted the work light so it wasn't shining straight in my face. For a moment, I was alone at the opening, my view framed by raw drywall edges and the smell of old dust and scraped paint. I stepped even closer until my toes were at the edge of the plastic and my hands were on either side of the cutout. The temperature drop was more pronounced now, a line I could almost feel on my skin, dividing hallway air from stairwell air. The mirror showed me a slice of myself. My face, pale and drawn from too many nights and too little sleep, hovered just above the bottom edge of the frame. My hair was pulled back messily. My t-shirt hung a little crooked. Behind me in the reflected image, I could see the hallway runner, the baseboards, the sconce. Everything doubled, made slightly unreal. I watched my own chest rise and fall. Behind my reflection, further down the glass where the landing should have been, dust motes drifted. The boards of the blocked stairs cut diagonals across the lower third of the image like slashes. For a second, a small, sharp second, I had the strangest sensation that the angle was wrong. Not by much. Just enough that my reflection seemed to lag a fraction of a heartbeat behind me when I shifted my weight, as if the glass was remembering where I'd been a moment after I moved. I blinked, leaned in, leaned out. The effect vanished, if it had been there at all. Old glass, I told myself. Warps. It's not a phone screen. Behind me, Kevin's boots thudded on the plastic. The spell broke. The normal sounds of construction pushed in, metal clanking, the whir of the drill, the low murmur of men talking about studs and permits. The hidden landing, the blocked stairs, the mirror watching from the dark. They all stayed exactly where they had always been, just no longer pretending they weren't. 6. 3. The mirror and its delay. They came back to the opening after lunch with more energy than I had. I had spent the break downstairs at the kitchen table, staring at my untouched sandwich while the sounds of demolition drifted down in muffled thuds. Metal on wood, the occasional shout, the shop vac whining. The house smelled like dust and coffee and something older that the fresh air from the back door could not quite chase out. When Kevin called up, "You want to see this next part?" My first instinct was no. I went anyway. Back in the hallway, the hole in the wall had grown. What had started as a neat rectangle was now a wider, rougher opening that exposed more of the hidden landing. The light from their work lamp hit the old wood at a low angle, making the worn spots and nail heads stand out like topography on a map. They had pried off a couple of the diagonal boards blocking the stairwell, leaving a jagged gap large enough to see a little farther down. The stairs continued into shadow, treads dark with dust. the air below them a cooler, deeper gray. But the mirror had stepped forward into the scene. With more of the wall exposed, it dominated the space, taller than I'd realized, almost the full height from the landing floor to just under the low ceiling of the cavity. The frame that I had thought was cream under the dust revealed itself as dark wood where they had brushed it. Walnut, maybe, or something like it, with a finish rubbed thin on the edges by years of contact. The carved details along the frame were clearer now. Little curls of leaves at the corners, a thin band of repeating shapes running the length, ovals maybe, or stylized flowers. The grooves between them held tightly packed dust, dulling the pattern. The glass itself bore a single, noticeable flaw I hadn't seen before. A crack that ran horizontally across the middle third, just off-center. Not a shattered web, just one long, slightly wandering line where the silver backing had separated. It caught the worklight like a faint scar. Under the bottom edge of the frame, on the wall behind it, a darker strip of wood peeked out, a band maybe 2 inches tall, where the paint had never touched. My eyes caught on it. Even from this distance, I could see it was smoother and glossier than the surrounding surface, a place where hands had rested, over and over. The kind of shine you get on a banister from 1,000 grips. It sat at just about the height where someone standing on the landing would reach out to steady themselves as they came up. "Things kind of pretty once you get past the creepy," Miguel said, bracing a hand on the edge of the opening. "My abuela would lose her mind for a mirror like that." Kevin nodded. "You could probably get something for it," he said, glancing back at me. "Antique dealers eat this stuff up. We can take it down in one piece if you want to sell it. Or, keep it, clean it up. Would look good at the end of a hallway." I tried not to react to that. "I don't want it," I said, sharper than I intended. "I want it gone." He held up a hand. "Hey, your call," he said. "We can haul it, no problem. Just thought I'd mention it. Some folks like this old stuff." "I don't," I said. "Not this." He studied me for a second, something like understanding passing over his face. "All right," he said. "We'll pull it. Just stay back when we move it. Old glass, heavy as sin." They busied themselves with planning the removal, discussing where to brace and how to get leverage without cracking the frame. While they talked, I moved closer to the opening, as if pulled. Standing there, with the plastic under my feet and the raw edge of drywall against my shoulder, I realized for the first time what it felt like to be where the original landing met the hall. I was, technically, standing at the top of the old staircase. The boards under the plastic, my hallway floor, were a skin stretched over the hole where the final few treads would have been. The mirror faced me as if I had just climbed up, breathless from the kitchen, and stopped, like everyone else before me, right there. Except the stairs below were blocked now, and the way back was only a memory etched into wood. The mirror took me in. My reflection was clearer this time, closer. The overhead work lamp made my skin look sallow, my eyes bruised from lack of sleep. Dust clung to the edges of my hair. The hallway behind me floated over my shoulder in the glass. The runner, the baseboards, the cheap sconce. Behind the reflection of my head, farther down in the frame, the dark space between the remaining boarding slats looked almost like an open mouth in the wood. The noise of the house, fridge, furnace, the faint whoosh of the vents, felt a little muted here, like I was standing in a slightly different pocket of air. I could still hear Kevin and the guys talking behind me, but even their voices sounded as if someone had folded a blanket between us. My own breathing filled the gap. I lifted one hand, slowly, toward the frame. The wood under my fingers was cool and a little sticky with aged finish. Dust came off on my skin in a fine gray smear. In the mirror, my hand lifted too, but not quite in time. It was a tiny thing, a hiccup in the glass. My arm moved, and for the briefest possible instant, the reflection lagged behind. My hand in the real world half a beat ahead of the image. Just a blink, maybe less. Enough that when the mirror hand did rise to meet mine, fingertips aligning where they should, it felt like something had rushed to catch up. My throat tightened. I blinked hard, once, twice. The effect was gone. When I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, the reflection shifted with me, perfectly in sync. Tilted my head, same. Lifted my other hand, same. Old glass, I told myself, warped backing. Your eyes are tired. You've been staring at monitors and reflections for years. Sometimes your brain mistimes the feedback. I did not take my hand off the frame. In the mirror, my eyes looked wrong. Too dark. The crack in the center of the glass cut across my chest in the reflection, like a thin knife lying there. Behind me, Kevin's voice floated up, filtered. "We'll put a brace under the bottom edge," he was telling Miguel. "Tom, grab that pry bar. I don't want this thing swinging." "You okay?" The question snapped me. It came from much closer, right in my ear. I flinched away from the opening and turned. Kevin was at my elbow, his boots creaking on the plastic. Miguel and Tom stood a step back, watching. "You zoned out for a second," Kevin said, eyebrows knitting. "You all right? Some people get claustrophobic when we start tearing into walls." "I'm fine," I lied. My voice sounded breathy. "Just tired. Night shifts." He gave me a look that said he didn't fully buy it but wasn't going to push. "Okay," he said. "Just stay back while we muscle this thing out, yeah? I don't need you in here if something slips." I retreated a couple of steps, back toward my bedroom door, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the hallway altogether. They set about freeing the mirror. Up close, I saw how they were secured. Rusted screws through the frame into old studs, some of them stripped, others painted over. Kevin and Tom worked the top corners first, levering gently with a flat bar until the screws groaned and the wood eased away from the wall. Miguel held the work light and then set it on a stand, adjusting the angle so they could see. As they pried the last top screw loose, the mirror shifted with a subtle, stomach-twisting movement, leaning out a fraction, the glass sighing in its frame. The crack across the center caught the light and flashed. "Whoa," Tom said. "She's ready to come." They repositioned, each taking a side. "On 3, Kevin said. 1, 2, 3. They lifted. Even through their gloves, you could see the strain. The mirror was heavier than it looked, the weight of old glass and solid wood dragging at their arms. For a second, as they pulled it up and off whatever brace held its bottom edge, the reflection in the glass tilted, showing a skewed slice of the landing, the blocked stairs, and a sliver of my hallway, all bending along the crack. As they stepped back, carrying it into the brighter light of the hall, the space behind it was revealed. The wall, which had been hidden for who knows how many decades, looked raw and obscene. The wood there was a different shade than the rest, unpainted, unfinished, marked by time in its own way. Right at the height where a child's forehead would land if they were standing on the original top stair, there was a groove. It ran horizontally, maybe 1.5 feet long, a shallow depression carved into the wood. Not with a tool, there were no clean edges. It was the shape that comes from repetition. The surface had been pressed and rubbed and bumped so many times that the grain had blurred, smoothed, darkened. It was, unmistakably, the same height as Mason's head. I stepped forward before I meant to, drawn to it. My hand hovered over the groove, not quite touching, palm tingling. Something in my chest tried to crawl away from my ribs. Kevin noticed where I was looking. "Yeah," he said. "Lot of traffic right there. Kids, most likely. They'd come up the stairs and hit that same spot again and again." He gestured with his chin toward the blocked steps. "You can almost see the rhythm." My stomach flipped. Rhythm. Steps. Knocks. Miguel and Tom had the mirror halfway into the hallway now, angling it carefully to avoid catching the sconce. As they edged past me, the glass caught a slice of my face again, distorted by the angle. For one nightmare flicker, my reflection's head seemed turned just slightly too far, as if looking at me from the wrong side. I blinked and it snapped back. "Where you want this for now?" Miguel puffed. "Downstairs by the front door," Kevin said. "We'll wrap it before we load it. Watch that edge. Don't bang it." They maneuvered it past, the frame almost brushing my shoulder. I leaned back against my bedroom doorframe, pulse thudding. As they started down the stairs, Tom let out a low whistle. "Crazy," he said. "Right where your boy used to bump his head, huh?" The words hit me so hard I thought for a second I had misheard. I pushed myself off the doorframe. "What?" I asked, too quickly. Tom glanced up, mirror balanced awkwardly in his hands. "Your kid," he said. "You said he kept waking up banged up, right? Or, hitting his head in his sleep? Kevin mentioned it when we were talking about the wall. Wild that there's a groove there already." I looked at Kevin. He blinked. "I didn't say that," he said. "You told me you thought there was wasted space. Old stairs. That's it." Miguel frowned, shifting his grip. "Dude, you definitely told us about her kid walking into walls," he said. Kevin shook his head slowly. "No," he said again, more firmly. "I didn't. I don't talk about clients' kids like that." The mirror hung between them, heavy and silent, catching bits of all our faces in warped pieces. I ran back through every conversation I'd had with them. The walkthrough, the estimate, the small talk about old houses and secrets. I had been careful. I remembered deciding very specifically not to mention Mason's sleepwalking, not to say the words, "My son keeps ending up right here in the middle of the night." "Maybe you said something," Tom offered, looking at me. "Like, you were worried about your boy and the stairs. We hear stuff while we work. We don't always realize." "I didn't," I said. The hallway hummed with the sound of the furnace turning on downstairs. Through the open cavity, the blocked staircase fell away into shadow, the groove in the bare wood catching the work light and holding it like a stain. No one said anything else. They carried the mirror down, their footsteps thudding on each tread, voices dropping to harmless talk about the loading ramp and the best way to pad it. I stayed at the top, alone with the exposed landing and the mark in the wall where, even before my son was born, someone else's child had been pushed or pulled or held against that same spot, long enough to wear the house down. 7-1. After the wall came down. If you walked into my house now, you would never know there was ever a staircase there. That is something I tell myself a lot. Less as comfort, more as a test. Stand at the base of the stairs, look up at the hallway, describe what you see like a stranger would. The end of the hall is clean now. The jagged opening, the raw wood, the glimpse into another era, all of that is gone. Kevin and his crew framed out the void, closed it in properly, insulated, hung new drywall, sanded, primed, painted. They built a shallow set of shelves into the space where the landing once opened, clean white cubbies with baskets for towels and sheets. The groove in the wood where someone's forehead had worn the wall down, buried under lumber and joint compound and semi-gloss paint the color of warm cotton. From the hallway side, it looks like it was always meant to be this way. You see a nice built-in, a smoke detector, a cheap sconce, and that is it. People notice the shelf, not the absence. "Oh, that's clever," one of my co-workers said the first time she came over for a holiday potluck. "You must have had this put in. These old townhomes never have enough storage." "Yeah," I said, sliding a basket back into place. "We opened up some dead space." Dead space. I still use their words. Time has done its thing since that week the wall came down. Mason grew up. It did not happen overnight, obviously, but the change feels like a jump cut when I look back. One minute he was 9, sleepwalking in dinosaur pajamas and bringing home crayon drawings of hallways. The next minute he was 12 and arguing with me about screen time, his voice cracking unexpectedly in the middle of a sentence. Now he is in 8th grade. He wears hoodies that all look the same to me and spends a lot of time in his room with the door half closed, the glow of his monitor leaking into the hall. He worries about quizzes and who is sitting with who at lunch instead of shadows at the end of the hallway. The nightmares tapered off after the renovations. At first, I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. The first week after the mirror left the house, I checked on him every few hours at night, standing in his doorway watching his chest rise and fall, waiting to see if he would get up, wander, drift toward the rebuilt wall. He did not. There were a couple of nights where he mumbled more in his sleep, turned over hard enough to thump the headboard. Once he came into my room around 3 a.m., eyes half closed, muttering that he'd had a weird dream about stairs that ended in the ceiling. I walked him back, tucked him in, and he was out before I pulled the blanket over his shoulder. Those incidents dwindled, then stopped. I took the hallway camera down a month after the work was finished. At first, I just unplugged it and left it mounted, telling myself I might turn it on again if things started happening. But every time I walked down the hall, the blank little black eye of the lens bothered me. It felt like the house and I were still watching each other. One Saturday, while Mason was at a friend's house, I pulled a chair over, twisted the mount off, and dropped the camera into a box with other orphaned electronics. Old routers, extra charging cables, a Bluetooth speaker that had never quite worked right. It has stayed there ever since, under a tangle of cords. Life, as people like to say, went on. Mason got into video games. He joined band for a year, then quit. He grew into the stairs in that awkward way kids do, going from hopping down them 2 at a time to thudding up them like he weighed more than he should. His feet got bigger. His laugh did too. He jokes about the hallway now. "This house is so narrow," he'll groan when he's trying to maneuver his backpack past the laundry basket. "You and your starter home, Mom. One day we're gonna get a place where the hallway doesn't try to eat me." He says it like a throwaway line. I laugh like it is one. My schedule stayed the same. Nights at the hospital, days at home trying to squeeze rest into the cracks between errands, appointments, and the strange, endless list of things you do for a teenager that you never see on TV. I still drive I-71 at 6:30 in the morning, wipers dragging over mist, the radio low. I still badge in and out, still listen to lungs and adjust settings and stand in stairwells when I need 30 seconds of air that does not smell like antiseptic. Some nights are quiet, some nights are not. People still die, machines still beep. The knocking patterns in the hospital stairwells have not repeated, or if they have, I have refused them entry into my awareness. I take the elevator more. At home, the house has settled into its own older age. We replaced the fridge last year. The new one hums at a different pitch, a smooth whir instead of the old machine's rattling groan. I had the furnace serviced, and the tech adjusted the blower so it kicks on and off more gently. The white noise of the place changed. But under the new sounds, under the fresh drywall and the nice built-in shelves and the upgraded appliances, the house is still the same shape. There are moments, only sometimes, and only at night, where I am reminded of that. It usually happens on my nights off, when my body is still synced to night shift hours even if I do not have to be anywhere. The house is dark. Mason's door is closed. A line of LED light slipping out from under it, where he is up too late with his headphones on, pretending not to be. I will be lying in my bed, or sitting on the couch in the living room with the TV on low, and the familiar soundtrack of the house will be playing. The heater's low rush, the fridge's whir, the occasional gurgle in the pipes when someone in the neighboring unit runs water. Outside, the distant shush of cars on wet pavement, or nothing at all when the snow is heavy. And then, every so often, the world stutters. The furnace cuts off mid-cycle, not at the end of a normal run. The fridge compressor stops in the middle of its ramp down. The outside noise thins out, as if someone has closed a door at the end of the street. The house takes a breath and holds it. Those 1 or 2 second silences have their own texture now. I could pick them out of a lineup. It is not just the absence of sound. It is a feeling, a pressure change you can almost sense in your inner ear. The first few times it happened after the wall came down, I froze where I was, waiting for something else to join it. A knock, a creak, a footstep. Nothing came. The noises rolled back in. Life continued. After a year, I almost managed to fold them into the category of quirks, old house stuff. The way circuits line up in a building from the 50s. The kind of thing you complain about half-jokingly to friends over cheap wine. Sometimes it all just cuts off at once, I said to a coworker once, describing it offhandedly. Like the house is holding its breath. She laughed. "That's creepy," she said. "You need a new place." We changed the subject, but there are nights when the silence feels thicker. It happens more often around the same time it always did, between 2 and 3 in the morning. I will be halfway through some mindless show, or scrolling mindlessly on my phone, and the sound of the furnace will dip in a way that catches my attention. Everything else follows. The TV seems to go quieter, even if the volume doesn't change. The faint hum of the refrigerator drops out. The little buzz of electricity you never really notice until it's gone. That goes too. In those moments, the house feels less like a structure and more like an animal pausing to listen. Sometimes, in that held breath space, I think I can hear something else. Not distinct, not the clear 3-count knock that used to rattle my bones. More like the memory of footsteps coming up wooden stairs, soft impacts, a rise and fall, the ghost of weight moving through a shaft that is no longer open. If you have ever heard a sound so many times you can still hear it when it isn't there, the drip of a leaky faucet, the beep of a monitor, you know what I mean. It is like that. Phantom noise. I tell myself that's all it is. The echo of years of listening for something lodged in my nerves. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it does not. Mason sleeps through it now. If he stirs in his room, it is for normal reasons. Too hot, too cold, a Discord notification on his phone, a dream about missing a test. He has not gotten up and walked to the end of the hall in over a year. I have not found him standing there with his forehead on the new paint, eyes open and unseeing. We joke about moving in a few years when he graduates. Someplace with more space, he says. A yard. Maybe a ranch house so you don't have to do stairs after work. Maybe, I say. The idea of leaving this hallway makes something in me unclench. It also makes something else tighten. You can bury a staircase. You can carry a mirror out the front door. You can fill a void with linens and baskets and tell yourself the mystery is resolved. But in the deep, late hours, when the house goes suddenly, completely still, and all the machines wait in mute agreement for whatever it is that passes through that silence, I am reminded that not everything that was here left when we covered it. 7-2. The last sleepwalker. The night it really started, I was too tired to be scared properly. It had been one of those shifts where everything went wrong in slow motion. A vent alarm that would not clear. A BiPAP mask that kept leaking on an anxious COPD patient. A family that wanted minute-by-minute updates from 3 different nurses and me. By 7 in the morning, my scrubs smelled like stale coffee and disinfectant, and my brain felt like someone had wrung it out and forgotten to put it back. The drive home along I-71 was the usual gray tunnel. Low clouds, sodium streetlights giving way to weak winter sunrise. My wipers dragged over a film of road salt and thawing frost. The radio murmured some early morning talk show I did not really hear. By the time I pulled onto our street, the neighborhood looked like it was still holding on to sleep. A few porch lights on, exhaust from parked cars hanging low in the cold air. No one outside. I parked, killed the engine, and sat there longer than I meant to, hands still on the wheel. Inside, the house greeted me with its familiar smallness. The lock clicked under my key. The entryway smelled like our detergent and whatever deodorizer they put in furnace filters. The new fridge hummed softly in the kitchen. The thermostat's little screen glowed 68. Mason's shoes were by the door, one on its side, laces splayed. His backpack slumped on the chair where he'd left it the night before. His bedroom light upstairs was off. He would not need to be up for school for another hour. I kicked off my own shoes and climbed the stairs. Light from the narrow window at the turn spilled a pale stripe across the wall, catching dust in the air. The carpet on the steps had that familiar gave under my feet, worn just enough that my toes knew where to land without looking. The house creaked in its usual places. At the top of the stairs, I turned toward my room out of habit and stopped. I did not decide to stop. There was no conscious thought of, I am going to stand here now. One moment I was moving. The next, I was still. One hand lightly touching the wall, my body angled toward the end of the hallway. The built-in shelves at the far end stood there, neat and sensible. Folded towels in baskets, a stack of extra sheets, a couple of board games crammed onto the top shelf because we had run out of space in the closet. I stared at that spot like I was looking down the barrel of something. There was a sensation in my chest that I recognized with a kind of distant alarm. Not pain, not quite anxiety. More like a small, steady tug right behind my sternum, pulling me forward an inch at a time. It was not strong. If anything, it felt polite. A suggestion, not a demand, but it was there. The rest of my body felt delayed, like the part of me that usually drove the decisions had fallen half a step behind, dozing at the wheel. My eyes burned with the kind of exhaustion that makes everything slightly out of focus around the edges. Sleep, I told myself. This is just sleep. Micro-sleeps. Your body trying to knock you out in the hallway. I took a breath, meaning to turn into my room. My feet did not move. The quiet changed. The furnace that had been blowing through the vents cut off mid-cycle, the hum dropping out of the air in a clean slice. The fridge's background whir seemed to fade too, like someone had put a wall between us. Even the thin noise from outside, the distant engine, a car door closing on the next block, went soft. The house held its breath. In that suspended second, the end of the hallway changed shape. I did not see drywall peel away or boards slide back. It was more like a double exposure, a layer of something old slipping over what was there. The built-in shelves thinned, became lines, dissolved. For a breath, I saw the wall as it had been when Kevin first cut into it. Ragged edges, dark cavity, cool air. Then I saw it as it had been before that. The old landing, the boards were worn, the edges darkened where countless feet had hit. The blocked boards across the stairwell were gone. The stairwell itself yawned open, dropping away into the familiar, impossible darkness I had never actually seen from this angle. And on the wall directly opposite, full and clear and horribly present, hung the mirror. The frame looked less dusty in that split-second vision, the carved pattern sharper. The crack across the glass was still there, a pale, jagged line cutting the reflection in half. My own face was in it, paler than usual, eyes too wide, mouth slightly open. But I was not alone in the glass. Over my shoulder, deep at the bottom edge of the reflection, down where the stairs disappeared into shadow, was a smaller shape. A child's silhouette, standing on a lower step, hand on the rail, head tipped up. Looking at me. I could not see a face, just the outline, the suggestion of shoulders, the fall of hair, the angle of a chin turned up in expectation. The darkness clung to it, the way deep water clings to anything that breaks its surface. The tug in my chest pulled a little harder. Then someone somewhere flushed a toilet. Water roared briefly in the pipes behind the wall, a mundane, ugly rush. The furnace kicked back on with a low whoomp. A car drove past outside, tires hissing on wet asphalt. I blinked. The shelves were back. The wall was smooth, the paint unbroken. The baskets sat in their cubbies, entirely unbothered. There was no landing, no open space, no mirror. My reflection, such as it was, existed only in the small framed photo of Mason at age 6 on the second shelf. My hand ached. I realized I had been pressing my fingertips into the hallway wall hard enough to leave little crescents in my skin. "You're exhausted," I told myself out loud. My voice sounded flat in the narrow space. "You're seeing things because you're exhausted." I pushed off the wall and went into my room, forcing my body to follow a normal script. Shoes in the corner, scrubs in the hamper, phone on the nightstand. I lay down on the bed, still half-dressed, and closed my eyes. Sleep did not come right away. Every time I drifted, my body jerked like I was at the top of a staircase about to miss a step. The second thing did not happen that same night. That would have been too easy, too neat. Life, like the house, likes to space its hits out. It was about a week later, on one of my nights off. The day had been nothing special. Groceries, laundry, Mason typing furiously in his room, headphones around his neck, half talking to his friends through the monitor. I made pasta. He complained about algebra. We watched half an episode of something together before he retreated back upstairs. By 11:30, the house had gone quiet. I was in the bathroom off my bedroom, brushing my teeth, phone propped on the edge of the sink with a dumb video playing. The mirror over the sink showed me in that unflattering overhead light. Hair up, t-shirt, toothpaste foam. I heard a soft knock on my bedroom door, and then it opened a crack. "Yeah?" I called, mouth full. Mason's head appeared in the gap, hair sticking up on one side. He looked a little puzzled, not scared. "We good?" he asked. I spat, rinsed, frowned. "What?" he blinked. "Never mind," he said. "I thought... It's fine." I wiped my mouth and went into the bedroom. He was still in the doorway, hand on the knob, hoodie half-zipped. "What's up?" I asked. "You okay?" He hesitated, then shrugged. He glanced down the hallway behind him, then back at me. "Nothing. I just thought you were mad or something. You were... I don't know." "Mad?" I repeated. "At what?" "I went to the bathroom," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "Like 5 minutes ago. You were at the end of the hall, just standing there. I said, 'Hey, Mom,' but you didn't answer. Freaked me out a little. The skin on the back of my neck went cold. I wasn't in the hallway," I said. "I've been in here, brushing my teeth." He rolled his eyes, the way teenagers do when they think you're messing with them. "Okay, but I literally saw you," he said. "Like your whole deal, t-shirt, messy bun. You were just there, facing the wall, by the shelves." I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. 11:38 p.m. "What time?" I asked, buying seconds. He shrugged. "I don't know. A few minutes ago? I was in my room, then I had to pee, then you were just there. I figured you didn't hear me, so I went." He stopped, frowning now. "When I came out, you weren't there," he added. "I thought you came back in here. That's why I knocked. You looked..." He struggled for a word. "Sleepy or mad? I don't know. Your shoulders looked weird. Sleepy, mad. Standing at the end of the hall. A micro sleepwalk, my brain supplied. A tiny one. Short enough that you don't remember leaving the room. Long enough for someone else to see you." "I wasn't out there," I said again, but it sounded less like a correction and more like a wish. He squinted at me, something like unease flickering across his face. "Maybe I'm just tired," he said quickly, backing away from the conversation like it had a sharp edge. It was probably the coat rack. Whatever. Night. He shut the door before I could respond. I stood there in the middle of my room, toothbrush still in my hand, listening to his footsteps retreat down the hall. 3 soft impacts, spaced just so. His door clicked shut. For a long moment, I did not move. Then, slowly, I crossed the room and opened my own door. The hallway stretched away, the same way it always does. My room, his room, bathroom, the shelves at the end with their folded towels and framed photo and stupid board games we never played. Nothing moved. I took a step out. The carpet was soft under my bare feet. The house made no comment. I walked all the way to the end of the hallway and stood where he said he had seen me. My shoulders lined up with the built-in. My forehead was at what used to be the height of the groove on the other side of the wall. For a second, I tried to imagine what I would have looked like from his angle. Coming out of the bathroom, glancing left, seeing his mother standing in this exact spot, facing the shelves in the half-dark, not answering. The house was quiet, not silent, never silent, but the sounds were at that lower, waiting level. The furnace blower murmured through the vents. The fridge cycled way down the stairs. Somewhere outside, a car door shut, sound leaking through the glass. I listened for my own breathing, half expecting to hear an echo of it from behind the wall, lagging a half-beat behind. All I heard was the hum of the new fridge and the blood in my ears. I turned back to my room. At the threshold, I caught myself resting my hand lightly on the wall, fingers tapping once, twice, 3 times, like a habit I did not remember picking up. I pulled my hand away like the paint had burned me. Mason did not mention it again. Teenagers rarely circle back to weirdness unless it impacts their Wi-Fi. But from that night on, every time I found myself stopped at the end of the hallway with no clear reason why. Every time I realized I had been standing there longer than made sense, staring at the place where the staircase used to be, I had to ask myself a question I never thought I would. How many sleepwalkers does a house get before it learns to walk you? 7-3. The story I am sending you tonight. I am writing this now because last week, something happened that told me it is not over. I wish I was sending you a neat little ending. We opened the wall, found something creepy, got rid of it, house is fine now, kid is fine, the end. That is what I thought I had, for a while. Enough time passed that I could almost talk about it like a weird story from a different life. Mason is in college now. That is the first part you should know. He left in August, took half my spoons and all my decent Tupperware with him. The hallway outside his room looks wrong when his door is open, like a stage set after everyone has gone home. The bed is made. The desk is empty except for a couple of old wristbands and a tangle of cords. His posters are rolled up in a tube in the closet. When he comes back on breaks, the space fills up again with hoodies and laundry and the sound of him laughing with people in his phone. Mostly, though, it is quiet. On the night I am about to tell you about, he was not here. He was at his dorm 2 hours away, sending me occasional half-hearted texts about midterms. My ex was out of town with his new family. It was just me in the house. It was a Tuesday night, late October. The air had that wet cold that smells like old leaves and exhaust. I got home from the hospital around 7:30 in the evening for once instead of the morning. I had picked up a rare day shift to cover for someone. For the first time in a while, I got to experience the house at what most people consider a normal hour. It felt emptier than usual. I made myself something simple for dinner. 2 scrambled eggs and toast, because I was too tired to be creative. The TV mumbled in the background. The fridge hummed. The furnace cycled on with that familiar soft whoomp and filled the vents with warm air that smelled faintly metallic. After I ate, I poured myself a glass of wine and went digging through a plastic storage bin in the hall closet, looking for a photo album. I have not been great about printing pictures, but there are a few years' worth of random prints stuffed into boxes, from the move, from holidays, from before the divorce. I told myself I was just looking for a decent baby picture of Mason to text him and embarrass him. That was the excuse. You probably already know by now that I often need a practical excuse to go poking at old things. I found the photo album, sure. I found something else, too. It was a manila folder, unmarked, wedged between a stack of tax documents and a phone book the previous owner had left behind. It had that brittle, slightly curled look paper gets when it has been ignored for a long time. Inside were photocopies, floor plans, permits, a couple of old black and white photos of the building, printed from whatever archive the city uses. I remembered now. These were the documents I had pulled years ago when I first went down the rabbit hole about the stairs. I had put them away after the renovation and apparently never thought about them again. One of the photos stopped me cold. It was grainy, probably shot on film in the 70s or 80s. Someone had been taking listing photos of the units. The caption in faint type along the bottom just said, "Second floor hall, Unit 4B." It was my hallway. You could see the same narrow runner, the same proportions, the same cheap sconce. But at the end, instead of a wall or a built-in shelf, there was an opening. The old landing. The photo was taken from about where my bedroom door is. The camera looked straight down the hall at the top of the staircase. The banister was simple, just a rounded handrail and spindles worn pale where hands had grabbed them. The glass in the mirror opposite the stairs flashed the photographer's reflection, a vague, pale blob, over a dark mouth of descending steps. It looked exactly like the thing I had seen layered over my reality that morning I came home from the night shift years ago, when the house held its breath and showed me how it used to be. I sat on the floor of the hallway with my back against the closet and stared at that photograph for longer than I want to admit, the edges digging into my fingers. Eventually, I slid everything back into the folder, put it on the shelf, and told myself I would deal with how it made me feel some other night. I went through the rest of the evening on autopilot. Dishes, shower, texts to Mason. He sent back a photo of instant ramen and a statistics book, looking half dead. Random scrolling, a show I did not retain enough to summarize. Around midnight, I turned off the TV and went to bed. I remember lying there listening to the sounds I know too well. The new fridge down in the kitchen, humming in a smoother tone than the old one. The furnace cycling, air pushing through the ducts. Somewhere outside on Morse, a truck downshifting. The little clicks and pops of an old house adjusting to temperature drops. For better or worse, those sounds have become safe in my head. They are part of my nightly checklist. Heart beating, lungs moving, fridge humming, furnace blowing. Background noise of a life that kept going. At some point after 1, I drifted off. I could not tell you exactly what time I woke up. I did not look at the clock right away. What I know is that I did not wake up because of a noise. I woke up because something in me stood me up. That is the only way I can describe it. One moment I was down in whatever shallow sleep my brain is capable of these days. The next I was upright, feet on the floor, body moving before my conscious mind caught on. It felt like a hand inside my chest had grabbed a string and pulled. I was halfway to my bedroom door when awareness caught up. The house was quiet, not night quiet. That peculiar, total quiet that drops in like someone flipped a breaker on the world. No furnace, no fridge, no traffic, no neighbor's TV through the wall. The sort of silence I have come to recognize as its own sound. The house was holding its breath. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway on legs that did not feel entirely under my command. At that hour, with no one else home, the upstairs was lit only by the weak ambient glow from the street lamp outside and the little blue LED on a power strip near Mason's door. The built-in shelf at the end of the hall was a darker rectangle against darker darkness. My eyes adjusted just enough to make it worse. I walked to the end of the hallway. Again, I did not decide to. There was no thought process. I was just suddenly there, toes inches from the baseboard, my body angled toward the wall, the shelves right in front of me. My hands were up. That detail came in like a slap. My palms were hovering an inch from the painted drywall, fingers cupped slightly as if they were about to meet something solid. My forehead was so close to the wall that I could feel a faint coolness radiating from the surface. It took a full second for my own voice to make it through the static in my head. What am I doing? The question was not calm. It hit hard enough that my chest stuttered. I jerked my hands back, fingers curling against my palms, like I had almost touched a hot stove. The second my skin left that invisible line, the house answered. 3 knocks from inside the wall. They were not subtle, not the faint, out-of-sync tapping the camera once picked up, not the echo from a hospital stairwell. These were close, heavy, and low, coming from just on the other side of the drywall I had been about to lean my head against. The sound thumped through the studs, through the new construction, through the layers meant to seal whatever was there away. Tap, tap, tap. If someone had been in the hallway with me, they would have heard it too. There is no way they would not have. For the first time in a long time, I said Mason's name out loud in that hallway, even though I knew he was not there. Mason. My voice came out hoarse. Stupid habit, calling for someone to witness it, to tell you whether what you heard was real. There was no answer, no footsteps from his room, no sleepy what? No teenage groan about being woken up. It was only me and the knock that should not have had anywhere to come from. The house breathed again. The furnace kicked back on, filling the vents with a rush of warm air. The fridge compressor growled up from the kitchen. Far off, a car rolled through the intersection, tires hissing. The moment collapsed, folded back into normal time. I slid down the wall opposite the built-in, knees giving out in a way that had nothing to do with age. I sat there on the carpet in my t-shirt and sleep shorts, back pressed against paint that covered where the mirror had once hung on the other side. My hands were shaking. My heart felt like it was trying to punch its way out of my throat. After a minute, or 10, I am not sure, I reached for my phone. There is something about typing that makes this feel less crazy than saying it out loud. Maybe because so many of the stories I have listened to from your channel came as emails first. A person alone in a house, sending a confession into a void and hoping someone on the other end knows how to make sense of it. I opened a new message and started writing. I told you most of what I have told you here. The night shifts, the sleepwalking, the hallway, the wall, the mirror, the knocks that followed me to the hospital, the renovation, the years of almost normal after, the folder, the photo, the way my hands had been about to touch the wall when the knocks came from the wrong side of it. I wrote fast at first, then slower as the details started to bunch up. I had to stop a couple of times because my fingers were trembling too much to hit the right keys. By the time I got to this part, the part I am writing right now, it was after 2 in the morning. The house had settled back into its regular pattern. The furnace cycled, the fridge hummed. Somewhere downstairs, the ice maker clunked and dropped a couple of cubes into the tray. Outside, a semi rolled along the freeway, a distant, steady roar. I thought I was done. Then the furnace turned off. Not in its usual slow, end-of-cycle way. It cut. The sound went from a steady rush to nothing in a clean, unnatural slice. The fridge's hum dropped out at the exact same time, like someone had yanked the cord out of the wall. Even the highway noise dimmed, as if the air itself had thickened. The house held its breath again. The only sound left was the tiny plastic click of the keys under my fingers, and even that felt muffled, like I was typing under a blanket. In that heavy, suspended quiet, another sound filtered in. Not the 3-count knock. Not at first. Steps. Very slow, very measured footsteps, far below where I was sitting. The kind of sound you hear when someone is coming up a wooden staircase with their full attention on each tread. The impact of weight, the faint protest of old wood, the pause between one step and the next. They did not come from the actual stairs in my house. Those stayed silent. I could see them from where I sat, the top step empty, the carpet undisturbed. These came from inside the wall, under the shelf, behind the studs, in the space that is supposedly filled now with insulation and lumber and nothing else. Something was climbing an absence. One step. Pause. Another step. Pause. I could feel each one in the drywall against my back more than I could hear it. A faint vibration that seeped into my shoulders. My breath went shallow. My hands hovered over the keyboard. The steps came closer. I did not move. I do not know if I could have, even if I had wanted to. The ridiculous thought that if I stood up, my head would intersect directly with someone else's on the other side of a surface that should not be passable pinned me in place. The last step sounded like it landed right behind where my skull had been when I'd almost leaned forward. The house stayed quiet for a beat that felt like a very long time. Then, right at the height of my ear, from inside the wall, there was a single, soft exhale. Not mine, not anything mechanical. Just the sound of someone on the other side of a thin barrier letting out the breath they had been holding. The furnace kicked back on. The fridge hummed. The highway came roaring in like someone had opened a door on the world. The spell broke so abruptly, my eyes watered. So that is where I am right now. Sitting in my hallway, laptop on my knees, back against the wall that used to hide a landing and a mirror and a staircase that took my son places he does not remember going. Typing the last lines of this into a box that will become a voice in someone's headphones while they wash dishes or sit in a parked car or try to fall asleep. I do not know what I want you to do with this. I am not asking for advice. I am not asking you to believe me. I have lived with this long enough that belief feels like a luxury. What I am asking, if anything, is very simple. If, when you listen to this, your house goes quiet for a second and you hear someone knocking from a wall that should be solid, please do not stand too close to it. I do not think it likes being sealed in.